Chapter 228. Originally, everyone always sent glances toward Lionel, due to the gold embroidery on his robes making it obvious that he was a holy son. But now everyone looked at him as though he was some kind of freak. No matter where he went in the library, the surrounding tens of meters would be completely cleared of people. It was simply impossible for them to comfortably study and read beneath his oppressive aura. It was one thing if that was all, but he was reading an obscene amount of books. He would always go to a new table empty-handed, but in the next moment, one after another, he would pull massive texts from thin air and stack them several meters into the sky. Then, after he returned them all, he would move to a new section of the library and repeat the process again. Though all of this was weird, it was still manageable. But what was truly ridiculous was his reading speed. Lionel seemed to flip through the pages of the books he chose as though he was using them as a fan rather than for reading material. Many thought that Lionel was only putting up a show of strength. After this continued for a while, causing their initial impressions of the new Holy Son to take a dip. After all, even a magus couldn't read books so quickly, let alone an apprentice mage who wasn't even familiar with the material to begin with. One had to remember that this was a zone. It wasn't a land where abilities had awakened. Aside from Lionel and the 11 others that entered with him, there shouldn't be any others who had evolved. So it was impossible for them to make this connection. However, as time passed, those watching came to realize that if this was all a show, Lionel was a bit too committed. There were even instances of many who tried to strike up a conversation with him, including gorgeous female mages, yet he didn't spare any of them the time of day. He continued reading as though he hadn't noticed their presence. If this was something he was doing for attention, shouldn't he accept the attention he earned? Could it be that he was really reading that fast? The truth was that these people were right. Lionel really wasn't reading. But that wasn't because he was putting up an act, but rather because he didn't have to. When one looks at the world through one's eyes, it was possible to take in everything in one glance. However, if one wanted to remember in detail what was seen, it would then be necessary to consciously analyze everything. This was how reading worked too. Technically, as long as it was within one's line of vision, it was possible to see the whole page at once, but it was obviously only possible to read one word at a time. However, if Lionel used Dream Sculpt, he could save this page into his memories in the blink of an eye. Like this, it would be just like he read the page, but much quicker. In addition, since there was nothing complicated about a page of words, Lionel didn't have to spend hours or days like he had to in the past. Almost like he was taking a picture with his mind, everything would be saved in an instant. Quickly, the database of knowledge in Lionel's mind grew at explosive rates. In just half a month, he had read through every single book at and below the level 4. Lionel closed the last book and looked up with red eyes. His gaze was filled with a mixture of fatigue and a hidden piercing light. He finally understood what the difference between him and 3-star Magi and 3-star Grand Knights was. It all came back to the same thing time and time again: crystallization. In the magic system Lionel was currently using, one he gained from Dimensional Cleanse, there was no need for crystallization. There was a very simple reason for this. Once one wanted to break free from the 3rd dimension and reach the 4th dimension, one would begin sensing a higher level force. There was a qualitative change with each dividing dimensional line. It was impossible for someone within the 3rd dimension to defeat someone within the 4th, and impossible for someone within the 4th to defeat someone in the 5th. Though it was possible for someone to jump power levels within a shared dimension, doing so across dimensions was impossible. This was a qualitative difference in strength. Think about it. Did you need to struggle to crumple a piece of paper? However, Camelot took a different approach, and this was crystallization. One might not struggle to rip a single piece of paper, but what about 2, 3, 100, 1,000? Instead of leaping to a qualitative change in strength, they consolidated the strength they did have, and evolved it with a quantitative change instead. This also explained why his supposedly 5th-dimensional spirit was still so weak. How could it be considered true 5th-dimensional soul force, when it was formed with 3rd-dimensional force? It was no wonder Ellis and even Aeliard had mistaken his spirit for being at the level of a 3-star magus. In substance, his spirit was lacking in comparison to theirs. But in potential, his far surpassed theirs. The average of the two opposing ideas landed him right in the middle. It was only now Lionel realized how truly flawed his stat system was. It's a shame. Though they take this approach, it has no use at the next level. All this hard work of theirs would have to be dispelled the moment they want to truly enter the fourth dimension. Lionel realized that this was only a case of short-term benefits. Since third-dimensional force had to be dispelled in favor of fourth-dimensional force, any crystallization one's third-dimensional force underwent would be useless in the future. After a moment, an arc of electricity suddenly bolted through Lionel's dream world. Lionel knew what this was immediately. It was a phenomenon that occurred when his dreamscape made a connection. With Lionel's every passing thought, these arcs of lightning would connect the various dream sculpts within his dreamscape, almost like the real synapses of a brain. However, they were usually ignored by him unless an arc of lightning had a particularly wide set of branches. The more branches an arc of lightning formed, the more ideas it was connecting, and thus the more complex the thought it was forming was. Lionel's eyes shone. Just what idea had his dreamscape stumbled onto? Lionel began to meditate on the connected dream sculpts. After a few seconds, his eyes snapped open once more, burning with a fierce light. His previous thinking was too naive. Force had other uses aside from the power it output. For example, hadn't Lionel's physical stats improved with each node he formed? There was a limit to this once he reached the 9th node. However, what if he crystallized his force? Wouldn't the benefits to his body be much greater? Lionel looked at the central dream sculpt that hung between all the arcs of lightning. It was booked by the title of Knights and Mages, the War of Ideologies. Lionel suddenly saw a bright light at the end of a dark tunnel. All this time he had been worried. After so long, all of his calculations concluded that his 10th node formation would end in failure. However, this changed everything. Chapter 229. I would like to enter. At that moment, Lionel stood outside another library of sorts within the Mage Academy. But this library was much different as it was the place that housed the magic arts of Camelot. Of course, by now, it was obvious to Lionel that the magic arts of Camelot were the very same force arts he was used to. The only difference lied in the fact that the force art language of Camelot allowed them to directly draw their magic arts in the air. The downside of this system was that their magic arts, or rather force arts, were weaker than the ones Lionel was used to. This only made sense. After all, a force art written on a proper medium like a precious or, for example, could draw on much more power and produce much more strength. However, when drawn directly into the air, the magic arts were fleeting and thus weaker. In addition, they had to be completed within a certain period of time, or else they would begin to dispel before the art was even completed. Of course, while there were downsides, there were upsides as well. For one, they were much more convenient to use. Within the Joan of Arc zone, Lionel had to carry around planks of wood just for a simple fire force art that was only useful against normal humans. Also, due to the common nature of the medium he used, the power of the force art was obviously also limited as a result. So while this magic art system had its downsides, it also had its positives as well. The guards of the magic art tower were known as deacons. They were students who had already graduated, and thus took up positions within the academy to continue reaping benefits. The tower was located within the academy, making it look quite odd. After all, it was building built within a building. However, its majesty was no less grand. It was within a greenhouse of the academy grounds. Up above, there was a large dome of glass, and all around one could find lush grass and well-tended gardens. The tower itself was quite tall. From the outside, one could see that it had 10 floors and stood at about 50 meters in height. It had a very simple stone design to it that radiated an ancient air. The two deacons stood on opposite sides of the door. Both were women and each wore an odd armor crossed with robes. It was quite a unique style of dress that was reserved for those with deacon titles. Since this place was so important, it wasn't a surprise that the deacons tasked with guarding it were quite powerful and as such, equally as haughty. However, their arrogant expressions faltered when they seemingly noticed Lionel's robes. Originally, they hadn't even looked Lionel in the eye, but now they found it difficult to even speak. "Can I?" Lionel thought that he had maybe done something wrong. He had only learned that this tower existed after overhearing a conversation. Ellis had yet to introduce it to him, so he really wasn't sure if he was allowed to be here. He only felt that it was more weird that the area around the tower was so vacant. Though there were many students around this greenhouse, many of them were several tens of meters away from the tower, and seemed content with socializing within its vicinity. For a place that Lionel thought should be popular, this was indeed weird behavior. The two deacons snapped awake and were about to usher Lionel in, a bit embarrassed by their previous actions, when their expressions suddenly changed once again. Lionel raised an eyebrow and turned back to follow their line of sight. When he saw what it was that had caught their attention, he nodded his head in understanding. Coming toward him, there was a small group of 3 people, 2 men and a woman. In the middle of them, there was a man. The man and woman to either side both wore the deep blue robes of 3-star official mages, while the man in the middle wore the pale violet robes of a 1-star magus. What was curious was that the 2 3-star official mages didn't have any embroidery on their robes, making it impossible to tell what branch of magic they followed. Now that Lionel thought about it, he hadn't seen any embroidery on Ellis or Ailiard's robes either. He wasn't sure whether this was a stylistic choice or if there was a deeper reason. However, at the moment, none of this mattered. The reason Lionel was so understanding of the reaction of the deacons was because the man in the middle of the 2 of them did have embroidery. And that embroidery was identical to his own. There was only one young man in Camelot that was simultaneously so young and could wear golden embroidery like Lionel. Leonis Pendragon. Leonis was a tall man, just as tall as Lionel. He had flowing blonde hair and piercing sky-blue eyes that made women swoon. His shoulders were broad and he had a kingly disposition between his brows. Even with the amiable smile that hung on his lips, he had a dignified air to him that made him well suited to be on a throne. Leonis met Lionel's eyes, and a pleasantly surprised look flashed within his gaze when he noticed the familiar embroidery. What surprised him even more, though, was that Lionel's disposition, although somewhat more reserved than his own, didn't seem to lose out to him in momentum at all. He could tell that Lionel was a leader of men, but he could also tell that Lionel maintained a humble facade on the surface that limited his overall leadership ability. It was simple for him to tell that this was a flaw of Lionel's. It could only be said that Leonis was truly the crown prince of a kingdom. To be able to see through Lionel with just a glance like this made his abilities clear. Leonis smiled and closed the distance between himself and Lionel. The 2 deacons were startled awake and kneeled down to one knee in salute. Prince Leonis. There's no need for this. Please rise. Lionel smiled lightly, crossed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Greetings, Prince. Lionel hadn't been born in a culture where there was a heavy stigma against bowing or kneeling, so he didn't really have an opinion about doing it one way or another. He wouldn't have minded kneeling at all. The only reason he hadn't and only slightly lowered his head was because he heard Leonis say that there was no need to. Maybe had he been born elsewhere, or maybe in a different era, Lionel would rather die than kneel. But this wasn't the life he was born into. That said, whether this would continue to be true in the future was a matter yet to be determined. Leonis smiled brightly. I've heard a lot about you. Lionel is your name, correct? It's great that our Camelot can have another holy son. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I heard that you were injured. Seeing Leonis' genial approach, even Lionel couldn't help but feel a bit warm. It seemed this crown prince's charisma wasn't small. It's good that you're here, actually. Leonis continued. This way, we can enter the tower together. Forgive me for my lack of manners. This here is official mage Thabal, son of Sir Gawain of the Round Table. This is official mage Mary, daughter of 3-star magus Tilda. They are very close to their magus ascension, so they've come to visit the tower one more time. The 2 politely greeted Lionel with nods and smiles. Lionel's brows raised in surprise. It seemed that none of these 3 had lackluster identities. Chapter 230. Lionel smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. Now that you mention it, I'm not really sure what the purpose of this tower is. Could you explain it to me? Lionel and Leonis walked into the first floor of the tower. In truth, Lionel wanted to preface his question with a bit more. But he was a bit stunned by what he saw. The room followed the same rounded shape as the tower outside. It was quite spacious and quiet. Despite the large size, there were only a handful of people here, but they were all crowded around the same thing. In the center of the first floor, there was a large floating crystal. It was easily 3 meters in diameter, and seemed to slowly spin without any support. It hung perfectly in the air, and radiated a dull light. Ah, right, you're still unfamiliar with some things. Leonis didn't seem to mind. Though the small number of mages within the tower all looked toward the new arrivals, and were stunned by their identities. Seemingly used to this, Leonis continued to speak at a leisurely pace. The Mage Art Tower is a place that houses all of the magic arts Camelot has accumulated. As long as it was once conceived by a mage of our kingdom, then it will be here. However, the matters here aren't so simple either. It's clear how valuable such a place is, so it's not a location that can be casually entered, nor is it possible to even if you were simply allowed to roam freely. There are only 3 ways to be allowed to enter this tower. The first way is the typical single entry once a year. For each year you graduate or enter in the academy, you're allowed 1 entry. Lionel nodded. He realized now why the surrounding space was so empty. This wasn't normal enrollment times, so those who should have entered their first years along with him had already long since come. The second way is by gaining military achievements, and the last way is by becoming a child of the elements. Should you accomplish the last one, you would be allowed unlimited entries to the Mage Art Tower, and can travel up as far as your spirit pressure allows. Child of the elements? Lionel asked in confusion. Yes. Leonis nodded with a smile. A child of the elements has the same privileges as a holy son. In fact, you could say that a child is a holy son, just not of the light element. You see that crystal ball up there? It's able to test for crystallization affinity. When someone's affinity touches upon a certain standard, they will be designated a child. In fact, it could be said that the only advantage a holy son has over a child is that our affinities do not need to be checked. Because the light element is so powerful, even a holy son with a low affinity will be more powerful than the usual high affinity mage. So it's like this. Lionel suddenly understood many things now. In addition, he was quite curious. If the light element was so powerful with low affinity, what was it like with high affinity? And what was his own affinity? He assumed that compared to those of Camelot, his affinity was exceptionally high. After all, this was a 3rd-dimensional world, while the snowy star owl was an elite 6th-dimensional beast after maturing. Then what is so beneficial about the tower that official mage Thable and Mary would come before their Magus ascension? Lionel directed a curious question toward the 2 mages. His Highness touched on it a bit. Mary responded. How high one can climb the Mage Art Tower depends on what one's spirit pressure can take. Each successive floor comes with a stronger pressure. This pressure is good for weeding out impurities that might linger in our spirit pressure, and gives us a good push toward the next boundary. I see, thank you. Lionel thanked them sincerely. Leonis smiled. It's been a while since I've seen someone take the crystallization affinity trial. Why don't you try it out, Lionel? Sure. Lionel had been eager to do so since the beginning, so he had no reason to refuse. Leonis and Lionel walked toward the floating crystal. At that moment, there was another youth testing his affinity. Affinity wasn't set in stone according to Camelot's magic system. It was possible to increase affinity through meditation and comprehension. In addition, after having breakthroughs in spirit pressure, affinity naturally increases as well. However, the higher one's starting base affinity, the more potential for growth they had in the future. This was all to say that it wasn't a surprise to find a person testing themselves once again. This affinity test was actually also a good gauge of how far one could climb the tower. Though resisting the spirit pressure required one's own spirit pressure, it was also possible to get by with weaker spirit pressure if one's affinity was high enough. So, youths would sometimes test their affinities before they climbed the tower, so that they didn't push themselves too hard and cause irreparable injury to their spirit. The young man who was about to place his hand on the crystal suddenly swayed nervously. When he had come here today, the last thing he had expected was to be observed by a holy son and the crown prince, not to mention 2 other childs in Mary and Thable. However, he could only press down his nervousness. Wouldn't he look too pathetic now if he backed away? After taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand to the crystal. Wang. The crystal began to emit a lustrous glow. The affinity scale of the crystal is dependent on the radiance of the light. If the light projects a foot out from the surface of the crystal, it meets the minimum requirement to enter the Mage Academy. This would be the 1-star affinity ranking. With it, one might be able to become an official mage with hard work. Leonis patiently explained things to Lionel. The color is related to the element. This young mage's glow is a light green, so he's a wind affinity mage. The light needs to radiate out 1 meter to become a 2-star affinity. Such a person can likely make a name for themselves within the world of official mages. At 5 meters, it reaches 3-star affinity. Such a person has a sliver of a chance to become a magus. At 9 meters, this entered the 4-star affinity realm. Such a person has a good chance of becoming a magus, and a slim chance of becoming a 2-star magus. Finally, at 10 meters, the crystal will form a halo like the rings of a planet. This halo represents the realm of a child. Of course, it's possible to increase one's affinity through hard work and persistence. In addition, a higher tier element like our light element makes it easier to break through realms, so regardless of your results, hold your head high. Lionel smiled lightly in response. In regards to his affinity, he wasn't too worried. Even if it really did turn out to be low, he would still find a way to use this magic system to form his 10th node. The young mage finally stepped down from the platform with a flushed face. He was a bit excited. He had actually managed to touch the barrier of the 4th star. His hard work had definitely paid off. After all, since he could be here, it meant he had rendered great service to Camelot's armies. Seeing that he was finished, Lionel took a step forward, seemingly not realizing the number of gazes that followed his back. He climbed the steps and stood on the platform, his expression calm as he stretched his hand forward. Wang, wang, wang. A blinding light suddenly swept out in all directions. Leonis raised his eyebrows up in shock. If it was just that Lionel had a high affinity, it would be easy to accept. But this? What was this? Chapter 231. Crack! Lionel hurriedly retracted his hand, but it was already too late. A massive fissure snaked across the crystal, expelling with it a hardly noticeable fog. The moment Lionel retracted his hand, the blinding lights lingered for a moment before quickly receding. Soon his figure was clearly seen once more, allowing several pairs of eyes to fall on his body. Leonis, especially, was speechless. Everything happened too fast for the others to get a clear understanding of what had happened, but he had been able to catch a faint inkling. The reality was that having just a single affinity was impossible. Most people had many different affinities. The only difference was in how those affinities compared. In fact, the truth of the matter was that much of the reason affinities were so low among the majority of the population was because these differing affinities would clash with one another, making it more difficult to excel in one. What set childs apart was their ability to filter out the noise. Ironically, their affinities for secondary or tertiary elements was much lower than their counterparts, but in return, they gained great affinity in just one aspect. However, Leonis was certain that what he had seen was correct. In that brief moment, Lionel formed a blinding dark gold halo. This should have all been fine. After all, the formation of a halo was the marker of a child. To be both a holy son and a child, Lionel would be the only one in their entire kingdom. Even Leonis' own father wasn't considered a child of the light element when he first started. It was only after years of meditation and practice that he reached this standard. But the issue was that dark gold wasn't the symbolic marker for the light element. It was the marker for the earth element. Leonis' brows involuntarily trembled. Lionel's affinity for the earth element was actually obscene to the point of directly suppressing his light element. Not only that, but its affinity was so far beyond the standard of a child that it would have shattered the crystal had Lionel not reacted so quickly. The color for the earth element should have been a dirty yellowish-brown color. But that was most definitely a bright bronze or dark gold color. That means that Lionel's not only an earth elemental child, but also one with a variant affinity. Leonis exhaled a long breath. Sorry, Lionel's voice finally broke the silence. But the word he spoke caused Leonis to be speechless. Eventually, the crown prince laughed bitterly and shook his head. It's nothing to worry about. This crystal is easily replaceable. We have mines filled with it, and even have higher grade ones used exclusively by magi. Hearing this, Lionel sighed a breath of relief. However, after a moment, he sunk into his own thoughts. He too had senses sharp enough to notice that his halo was actually dark gold, and not gold. From what Leonis explained to him, it seemed his affinity for the earth element was even higher than his affinity for the light element. At the same time, he could tell that his light element wasn't any weaker than that of a child either. The issue was that this crystal was only able to show a single affinity at a time, and tended toward the more powerful one. I see. Lionel had come here expecting to just pour his heart and soul into studying light elemental magic arts. But if things were like this, he couldn't neglect his earth element either. While Lionel was taking every advantage he could from the Mage Academy, it couldn't be forgotten that there was 11 others who had entered this zone with him. And in a lot of ways, their methods were far better than his own. Maybe this wasn't the case in the ultimate result, but it was most definitely the case in baseline success. Rather than coming with their own identity, the others took advantage of the fact this was a land without technology to take on the identities of those who already called Camelot home. As a result, unlike the unlucky Lionel, they didn't have to worry about being called traitors. Of course, it wasn't that Lionel hadn't thought of this. It was just that he was unwilling to commit the cruel acts necessary to take such an identity for himself. That said, this wasn't the only method either. At that moment, Supreme Monet sat in silent meditation on a large bed. She wore a silk lace gown defining her curves. Despite the faint wrinkles on her face, she still had a stifling, captivating beauty that could cause the hearts of men to boil. The deep ravine of her chest revealed the not-so-subtle mounds of soft flesh, and the mesh of lace that covered them showed just a hint of her rounded pink nipples. It could only be said that the sight was simply too enticing. If not for the fact she was sitting down in meditation, her lower half might just very well be another sight to behold. At that moment, the doors to her room opened. But the one who entered wasn't what one would expect at all. A familiar woman wearing a deep black dress sauntered into the room. Her countenance was exceptionally pale, yet somehow had a healthy glow to it. It felt as though she had been carved of ice, and had not a drop of blood within her body. The woman walked to Monet, who slowly opened her eyes. Monet could only lift her chin as the black dress woman pulled it up with a slender finger that soon traced her jaw. Seeing the enticing view of Monet's body, the woman's breath hitched ever so slightly, her face finally gaining just the slightest red hue. I usually like younger women, the black dress woman said softly, her voice as smooth as silk. But it seems that I've missed out on the allure of maturity. You are to my liking, you'll serve me tonight. The black dress that followed the woman's curve slowly fell, revealing a perfectly sculpted body. In fact, her figure held a hidden power within it, carrying the faint carved muscles of a man while maintaining the soft curves of a woman. Her breasts stood erect and proud as she lifted a long slender leg, placing it on the bed Monet sat upon. A fragrant bush graced her most sacred region, just barely revealing two pink lips hidden beneath. The woman stood like this for a moment, one leg planted on the soft carpets of the room, and the other lifted up to the silk sheets of the bed. She allowed Monet, who sat before her, to take in her alluring body without the slightest hint of shame or bashfulness, as she continued to stroke the latter's jawline. Monet's expression was calm as she met the woman's gaze, carrying a hint of the lofty air the latter carried. But this only seemed to make the woman want her more. Then, as though she couldn't wait any longer, her slender fingers stopped tracing Monet's chin, and grasped it gently. A soft moan escaped the woman's cherry lips as she pulled Monet's head between her legs. The woman placed a hand on the back of Monet's head, sinking into pleasure. Her eyes closed and her head angled upward, soft rhythmic breaths heaving her chest up and down. One could have never expected that the woman Monet was currently servicing with her tongue was the lofty demon lord, Madrid. Chapter 232. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lionel, of course, had no idea what was happening across this mythological land. If he did, he might have had many questions to ask. But, at this point, all he cared about were the magic arts before him. Leonis, Fable and Mary had long since climbed the tower. But since he was still a one-star apprentice mage, he would obviously stay on the first floor. This was not as bad as it sounded either. Since the only ones who could enter the Mage Art Tower at this time of year were childs or youths with military exploits, there were very few in the tower to begin with. And of those that could enter, just how many of them would still need arts from the first floor? Because of this, Lionel was completely alone. In fact, he would probably be completely alone even if he climbed to the 5th floor. The floor itself was split into 9 regions. A region for wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, wood light, auxiliary and mental magic arts. Aside from the 4 main elements, lightning and wood were unique variations that had appeared in Camelot's long history. They were quite rare, even compared to others. Only the light element was rarer. As for the mental magic arts, they could be used by anyone. There were also some mages who had exceptionally high spirit pressure talent, but had no strong affinities. These mages were excellent at these sort of mental magics. In fact, Lionel had thought that Fable and Mary were mental magic mages. That would explain why their robes didn't have any embroidery on them. The auxiliary section could be learned by anyone. They were the fundamental magic all mages should have under their belts. For example, both Ellis and Aeliard had been able to meet the swords of knights with their wands alone. This wasn't because their wands, or what the people of Camelot called spiritual wood, were so sturdy or because their strengths were so great. It was because of auxiliary magic like repel, or strengthen, or harden. Of course, the auxiliary magic on the first floor was so weak that they couldn't possibly help the current Lionel. But that didn't mean this would always be true. Within the 9 regions, there were various podiums. Each podium held a crystal ball. These crystal balls were the mediums that held the magic arts. However, reaching them wasn't so simple. Just in order to enter a region, one needed a certain level of affinity, or else one would only find a barrier that was impossible to cross. Of course, Lionel had nothing to worry about on the first floor. He directly walked into the light region, feeling very curious. Even though the first floor should have the most arts of any floor due to their low difficulty, the light region still had the smallest number of podiums at around 40 or so. Lionel picked up the closest one. There was no pressure on him at all, so he felt he could take his time. His spirit pressure easily shattered the barrier around the podium. Soon, his internal sight had entered the world of the crystal, and a magic art was reflected in his mind. Shine. Lionel almost couldn't help but chuckle. This magic art was exactly what it sounded like. It was used for nothing else than lighting a path. Who would have thought that the mighty light element would have such a day too? Dream sculpt. Lionel's aura surged, his spirit draining as he etched the magic art into his mind. 47 seconds. Lionel nodded. It took him less than a minute to perfectly etch a magic art into his dreamscape. His mind left the crystal ball. With a thought, his spirit pressure surged once more, congealing onto the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a surge of wind swirled. After it settled down, a radiant halo formed on Lionel's palm, causing him to smile. If another person had been here, they would have been shocked to the point of fitting a baseball into their mouths. In total, it took Lionel not much longer than a minute to learn and conjure his first magic art. Such speed was obscene to the point of being beyond monstrous. One had to know that a mage would usually meditate on a single magic art for days before attempting to conjure it. And even then they would need spiritual wood to concentrate their spirit pressure. As if all of this wasn't bad enough, it would take several seconds to complete on the first try. Only after continuous practice would it slowly take less and less time, but even then, it most definitely shouldn't have been as fast as Lionel. However, Lionel's ability was just too perfect for the world of mages. With his dream sculpt ability, he could memorize a magic art in minutes. And since it was a perfect, immutable memory in his mind, he would never make a mistake in conjuring it. As a result, he didn't need spiritual wood to keep his spirit pressure focused. If he had a wand of his own, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But Lionel had no intention of wielding a wand. He wanted the ability to cast while he used his spear. He didn't have hands to spare for a wand. This advantage of Lionel's would only grow. For higher-grade magic arts, it would sometimes take mages years, even decades of meditation to perfectly master them. For Lionel, it just might be a matter of a few days. These one-star apprentice arts won't be very useful to me. They're too weak. Maybe only high-level official arts can start boosting my combat prowess. But it's best I dream sculpt all of these into my dreamscape. Maybe I'll be able to draw some useful conclusions if I do. Lionel picked up another crystal ball and bitterly smiled. Multishine, Lionel was speechless. It can't be that all these magic arts wanted to turn him into a glorified light bulb, right? Chapter 233. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. A swirl of wind surged toward Lionel once again. This time, his body was surrounded by several halos of light. Instead of appearing in a concentrated form, they flew around his body like fireflies. Lionel shook his head. He chose to reserve his judgment for now. After all, he didn't have an accurate gauge of what one-star apprentice arts were meant to be capable of. Assuming the worst of the light element just for 2 spells was a bit silly. Plus, these arts weren't exactly useless. Had he had them in the Mayan tomb, some things might have been easier. Since he had already learned that his internal sight wasn't perfect, he knew that there would always be some things he could only rely on his eyes for. After Lionel was finished, he moved toward the third crystal ball, shattering its protective barrier with just as much ease. Lionel looked at the magic art in his hand for a good long while before sighing once again. Shining eyes. It was a magic art capable of attracting the light element to one's eyes, thus granting them night vision. At this point, Lionel really didn't know what to say. It couldn't be that all the light element magic arts were related to seeing through darkness, right? Lionel Dream sculpted the dream art, and moved on to a 4th, and 5th and 6th. Eventually, he had gone through over 30. At this point, he felt the situation was too ridiculous. If he saw one more magic art with shine in its title, he just might go insane. No matter what light magic art he looked at, they were all related to shining, creating halos of light, giving himself night vision, adding luminescence to objects for extended periods of time. There was even a spell for attaching 2 objects with shine. When these 2 objects were close, they wouldn't shine, but if they grew too far apart, they would begin to glow, allowing you to find the other. Lionel put the crystal ball down, a helpless expression on his face. This is basically a spell to find lost keys. Unbelievable. Lionel walked toward the last 4 magic arts while he readjusted his mind state. This was just the first level. He didn't believe that the light element would be so worshipped in Camelot if this was all there was to it. Plus, there was something curious about these magic arts. Though they all had similar functions, they all accomplished it in novel ways. There was definitely a lesson to be learned here. It made Lionel more eager to see what the others had to offer. Oh. Lionel's brows arched in pleasant surprise. Now that he thought about it, the pressure on his spirit increased the further he walked into this region. And though the change was small, the protective coverings were also growing in strength. Logically, that meant that what remained of this region were the most powerful light magic arts of this first floor. And they didn't disappoint. Flash. Once again, this was a shine-type light magic art, however, it was different in comparison to the others. If it was applied in battle, it could actually work. So that's how it is. If an apprentice works and eventually makes their way here after going through all the others, it lays a perfect foundation for this. Flash concentrated the light element into a small flash, temporarily blinding an opponent. Even at his current strength, Lionel wouldn't mind using this in battle. Lionel moved to the next. Light screen, Lionel smiled. Now he felt a bit bad thinking that all of these arts would be useless. In order to get into this zone, he had to fight his way through that little girl's ability. But back then he wasted a lot of force just emitting as much light elemental force as he could. However, if he had had light screen back then, the consumption on his force would have been near negligible. The last 2 magic arts were Flashbang and Flash Arrow. The former could concentrate light and explode it on a timer. It used concepts from the Lost Key Detector art Lionel, was just making fun of. As for the latter, Flash Arrow, it was the first real offensive art Lionel had found. Flash Arrow's offensive output was near negligible. It quite literally had the strength of a mosquito bite. But according to the description, if aimed into an enemy's eyes, the blinding effect could last for several minutes depending on the situation. Unsurprisingly, its effects pulled on concepts from Shining Eyes. Lionel stood for a long time within the light region, his state of mind going into a sort of enlightenment. Arcs of lightning surged across his dreamscape as a light smile crossed his face. Even if this magic system is only useful to me within the third dimension, it's really taught me something valuable. Lionel took a deep breath and calmed his beating heart. Everything complex was built upon the simple. Even the most intricate of magic arts would pull on concepts from these seemingly pitiful one-star apprentice arts. This was a concept that stretched past just magic arts. Couldn't anything be described in this way? Lionel's current Earth could be considered to have reached the pinnacle technology the third dimension could, but it was all built on the back of heroes of the past. Some of the things he was learning as a high school student were concepts some of the most intelligent men and women of the past spent their lives to grasp. To him, those concepts seemed pitifully weak and simple, just like these shine magic arts. However, to them, it represented a life of trials and tribulations, just to make it easier for kids like him to take for granted. Lionel opened his eyes once again, a hint of understanding and wisdom lighting them. I hear you loud and clear. Lionel began to rearrange his dreamscape. Like a pyramid, he arranged things of least complexity at the bottom, building a solid foundation. Then he placed things with increasing complexity on top. After his was finished, he felt that his dreamscape flowed more smoothly. Even the random synapses occurred more frequently, and even the average number of branches formed increased along with it. Lionel's eyes shone with anticipation. There was no limit to the floors he could climb in this tower, like there was for knowledge in the libraries. This was likely because of the spirit pressure he needed to resist. But how could this pressure stop Lionel? He would climb to the top of this tower. And even if it took several weeks, he would save all the magic arts it had into his dreamscape. Chapter 234. Bang, bang, bang. Lionel's enigmatic steps sent him fluttering across the training room. 3 puppets wearing wooden armor pressed him from all sides, conjuring spells of all kinds to bombard him. Lionel's eyes remained closed, his internal sight remaining concentrated on this small region. Thoughts of how Lamorak had toyed with him played in his head again and again. The memories were so vivid that he could almost feel the same pain coursing through his body once more. Lionel was suddenly cornered by all 3 puppets. It seemed for a moment that he would be pincered from all sides. An arrow of earth, fire and water assaulted him from different directions, aiming to take his life. The puppets of this room were all entirely made of spiritual wood. As a result, their ability to cast spells was even beyond that of their human counterparts. This made up for their stiff actions with overwhelming power. That said, to humans, more spiritual wood wasn't necessarily better. After all, if one's wand was too large, it would be like trying to use a sledgehammer to staple 2 sheets of paper together. And even that wasn't necessarily a good analogy, considering in this case, the mages might not even have enough strength to lift the sledgehammer. However, these puppets were different. Their spiritual pressure was provided by crystals. In that case, they were much less limited in this regard. Just when it seemed Lionel would be struck, he arched his head forward, narrowly dodging the arrow of earth. His hips twisted, ducking past the arrow of fire. The 2 arrows swept by his body, crashing into the opposing puppets and sending them flying. The final arrow of water took advantage of the situation, zipping through the air and appearing between Lionel's brows in a flash. Lionel's eyes suddenly snapped open, an overwhelming spirit pressure sweeping forth that seemed to freeze the arrow in air for a split moment. Deconstruct. A sweep of wind swirled around Lionel. In that moment, a magic art appeared before him in the path of the arrow. The water arrow regained its momentum, crashing into the art before it without pause. However, the collision one would have expected never occurred. The water arrow seemed to pass through without issue. But it was at that moment that something astonishing happened. The arrow began to lose its structure. Starting at the tip, the first point to enter Lionel's art, it collapsed, becoming no different from normal droplets of water. In fact, Lionel felt a refreshing spray shower his face at that moment, causing him to smile. Lionel crossed the remaining distance between him and the water mage puppet, sending a punch out to its chest. Pum. The form of Lionel's boxing had still been steadily increasing. All his power shot up from his pivot foot, through his hips and into his fists, crumpling the wooden armor of the puppet. The lights of the room dimmed, signaling that all the puppets had been taken down. Still not enough, Lionel muttered. He had been able to force 2 of the puppets into a corner without lifting a finger, but still failed to do so with a third. I might need to go to the Night Academy and read the books within their library to understand what this general star really is. Walking around blindly on my own will take too long. I have a feeling that even the primitive woman, I learned this ability from only faintly touched on the topic. Lionel felt that it was about time he chose a new spear. He knew he had completely mastered the technique of the primitive woman. He had just been a bit distracted by magic arts in recent weeks. For example, deconstruct. It was an auxiliary type spell of the 3-star official art level. But Lionel felt that this rating was inaccurate, because it could technically work on any magic art. Of course, others knew this as well. The trouble was that this art had many moving parts and changing forms. It was necessary to analyze the spell coming toward you and make the appropriate changes to its form. So for most mages, it was only useful against mages of lesser skill than themselves, making it only about as good as a typical parlor trick. It's too bad this arena doesn't have Magus-level puppets. I wonder if deconstruct would work on higher-level spells. As Lionel was lost in his thoughts, he walked out from the training room, his body dripping in sweat. Lionel looked up in surprise, pleasantly surprised to find Leonis waiting for him. He smiled in greeting. Leonis, I hear you already became a 1-star official mage? Don't you think this speed is a bit too fast? Lionel laughed. In truth, he probably reached the standard of 3-star magus already, at least in terms of the magic arts he knew and his ability to cast them. As for the crystallization of his spirit pressure, he was lagging behind in his aspect, making his arts less potent than they should be. However, progressing beyond the 1-star official mage rank required more than just knowledge and ability. It was also necessary to gain certain merits. In addition, even if he could rush up to the 3-star magus rank immediately, Lionel felt it was inappropriate to do so. For one, his standing as a traitor might still be being looked into by others. Though his status as a holy son was enough to blind the common people, and maybe some of the more religious upper echelon, there were of course those who wouldn't take this too seriously. Of course, Lionel still wanted to reach the 3-star official mage standard. This was the only way for him to finish reading all the information in the library. Though he found it a bit odd he could look through all their techniques, but not read all their knowledge, Lionel felt it made sense in the end. Oftentimes, it was impossible to learn magic arts without the proper knowledge foundation. And, even if you had the knowledge, breaking through the barrier protecting them was another matter entirely. Lionel was probably the only freak in their history that could completely ignore these barriers with impunity. Lionel and Leonis chatted for a while about miscellaneous things before Lionel finally asked the question. Did you come here to ask something of me? He inquired. Ah yes. I completely forgot. The church has been asking about your status for a while. Before those old fogies go too crazy, it's best you go take a look. I'll take you. Oh. Lionel's brows arched up. Is there anything I need to do? Leonis came to a realization. It was true that Lionel might not be aware of these things. The 4 major powers of our kingdom center around the royal family, the 2 academies, and the church. Holy sons have a special status within the church as their protectors. The church has warriors they call paladins, but the truth is that the only true paladin of this kingdom is my father. A hint of unrestrained pride glowed in Leonis' eyes. Lionel could tell that Leonis wasn't a haughty individual. The fact he had shown this kind of face just showed how much he loved and admired his dad. Lionel smiled lightly. His old man would probably kill to see him have such an expression. Then he would laugh him to oblivion. TCH in your dreams, old man. Leonis shook his head. realizing that his actions had been a bit inappropriate. But Lionel didn't seem to mind, so he continued with a smile. "This is good timing, honestly," Leonis finally said after a moment. "You need to gain some merits, whether it's for the church or for your next ascension. And I have a mission I happen to be looking for help with. Are you interested?" Lionel's eyes shone. "Sure." With that, Leonis led Lionel toward the church. Chapter 235. The church was located within the core of Camelot, some distance away from the castle. They stood on two opposing sides of the city like two pillars holding up the world. Regardless of which it was, Lionel could feel an oppressive aura weighing down on him, as though neither would be satisfied unless he bowed his head. It was true that Lionel didn't grow up in a world that emphasized the importance of bowing, but what he didn't like was being forced to do anything. He subconsciously straightened his back beneath this pressure, his shoulders standing broad and wide. Leonis blinked slightly when he saw Lionel's reactions. But aside from a small smile, he didn't say anything else. Due to the oppression he felt at the gates, Lionel had subconsciously expected to walk into a war zone of sorts. But what he had never expected was that even after an hour, no one had come to receive him and Leonis. Lionel wasn't sure how to react to such a thing. Wasn't he a holy son? Wasn't he one of the only 4 in this kingdom with this title? Why was it that he was suddenly being treated like this? Lionel sent a gaze toward Leonis, who sat to his side, but the latter only had his eyes slightly closed and didn't seem to have much of a reaction. This left Lionel stunned. He didn't feel uncomfortable about this even as the crown prince. The waiting room the 2 holy sons sat in could hardly be called as such. The walls were decorated with polished stone in neat arrangements. The wooden furniture radiated a pleasant fragrance that carried hints of nature, and the tea placed before them, although cold by now, was quite good. Of course, these were just Lionel's speculations. He knew nothing about tea at all. He could probably count the number of times he had drunk tea on his 2 hands without much issue. He only knew that it felt quite smooth running down his throat, and had a faint sweetness to it even though he hadn't used sugar. In the end, since Leonis didn't say anything, Lionel didn't say anything either. But within his heart, he already felt discontent. For him, it wasn't about whether he was a holy son or not. He just felt that this was a lack of respect. Since his youth, his father had ingrained those 2 concepts, respect and persistence, into his very soul. He always had a particularly bad reaction when someone was lacking in them. Though it was a bit difficult to call out someone who lacked in persistence, someone lacking in the former was too easy to identify. Wasting a person's time was probably one of the most blatant shows of disrespect there could be. It was one thing if there were sudden matters to attend to, or if their visit was sudden. However, not only had they not sent anyone to inform them of any sudden changes, but they were also the ones who had called Lionel here to visit in the first place. Lionel took a deep breath and sunk into his dream world. If it wasn't for the fact Leonis was here waiting with him, and that he couldn't afford to make enemies of the church within this zone, he would have already left after the first 20 minutes. Since there was nothing to do, he might as well continue practicing. The second hour came and went. Then the third. It wasn't until a few minutes into the fourth that there was finally movement at the doors they entered to come to this waiting room. A knight wearing silver armor with gold engravings pushed the door open. A large shield in the shape of a triangle with curved edges was attached to his back, and a proud halo hung about his forehead. He was one of the special knights the church gave the title of paladin to. The necklace-like halo that hung from the paladin's forehead reminded Lionel of the mental-type treasure Aina used during their escape from the fort. It radiated a strong light elemental force that was likely the source of much of their strength. Where did they get something like that? Lionel wondered. With his improved knowledge base, Lionel understood many things now his soul force couldn't grasp in the past. For one, he could tell that this knight had a special affinity, or rather, lack thereof. Meaning if he was a mage, his robes would be without embroidery. Secondly, it was because he was without an affinity and had decent spirit pressure that he could make use of that light elemental treasure. Lionel guessed that most paladins probably had no affinities, so they could continue using this child of the light facade. Pope Margrave will see you now. The haughty air of the paladin was practically palpable. Lionel kept his eyes closed for a moment, as he was close to grasping something. It wasn't until a few seconds later he registered the words of the paladin, and opened his eyes. Yet, it seemed those few seconds were already enough for this paladin to be close to blowing his top. Lionel frowned lightly seeing the paladin's reaction. They had been forced to wait over 3 hours. Yet a few seconds was enough to get this paladin up in arms? In the end, Lionel pretended not to notice the dissatisfaction. Leonis smiled. "Please lead the way, Sir Paladin." Leonis' words seemed to ease the tension. No matter how haughty these paladins were, they did still feel a hint of something when a mighty crown prince was so respectful to them. Humph. The paladin harumphed once and turned down the hallway, leading the 2 young men up a winding set of stone stairs. From beginning to end, Leonis didn't say anything to Lionel. It was as though he wanted Lionel to experience all of this on his own first. Or maybe he was just curious about Lionel's reactions without guidance. It seems it becomes more difficult for him to hide that ingrained haughtiness when he feels a lack of respect. Leonis smiled to himself. It's truly odd. If he really was an orphan, he should have seen the cruelty of the world long ago. Had he, his true disposition would have shown through already. But the way he acts, it's as if he's lived in a cocoon his whole life, like he's never had to fight for anything. Such a disposition makes it much more likely that his identity isn't what he says it is, but it's equally unlikely that he was sent by Madrid. There's no way he would be so sheltered in a place like the demon army. Just who is this Lionel really? Chapter 236. The paladin took a final step forward, pressing his hands against 2 large wooden doors and pushing. A flood of light assaulted Lionel's vision, forcing him to squint. By the time his vision cleared, he could only shake his head. The room was far too bright. Unlike the room he had woken up in after his battle with Lamorak, he found it difficult even open his eyes without a stinging pain assaulting them. Embroidery of gold and silver raced across the room, forming up into a wide set of stairs that ended in a tall throne with a backrest that reached up to the ceiling. On the throne, there sat a handsome middle-aged man. In fact, Lionel found that just handsome didn't do him much justice. Even the movie stars of Earth women swooned over would look like piles of cow dung before this man. If Lionel placed great emphasis on his own looks, it was likely that even he would start to feel a bit inferior. The man had a head of bright white hair, and though his eyes were partially closed, Lionel could see that his irises held a deep silver color to them. The only thing that impeded his handsome disposition somewhat was the large headdress on his head. Seeing this man, Lionel understood a bit of why the church didn't take him as a holy son very seriously. The spirit pressure coming from this man was at the standard of a 3-star magus. Everything made sense now. This man was the 4th holy son of Camelot, a 3-star magus of the light element, Pope Margrave. However, what happened next truly left Lionel speechless. The paladin respectfully crossed the bright room, climbed the first few steps leading to the Pope's throne, then respectfully knelt and kissed his feet. It was only then Lionel realized that the Pope wasn't wearing any footwear to speak of. His feet shone like gems at the base of his throne as though expecting to be worshipped. No matter what era Lionel was born in, something like kissing another's feet crossed his own bottom line. The paladin retreated to the side, taking up his post among the guards that lined the walls of the room. He stood at attention and became like a statue in the blink of an eye. It was as though what had just happened had nothing to do with him. "Greet His Holiness." The sudden roar shook Lionel out of his shock. The paladins that lined the walls spoke as one, their voices rolling like rumbling thunder. By now, Lionel had recollected his thoughts. He realized that kissing a pope's feet was actually quite historically accurate. It seemed that even though this was a mythological zone, it still touched on things that were rooted in real life. However, at the end of the day, Lionel was still a teenage boy. He had already buried his discontent for so long. If he also had to kiss this man's feet, he just might lose his cool entirely. Lionel was a person who didn't get angry very easily. Even now, he wasn't necessarily enraged. But he wasn't a pushover either. Leonis curiously observed Lionel for a while, seemingly curious. Seeing the latter step forward, he smiled and followed suit. "Greetings." Lionel gave the most medieval salute he could think of, greeting the Pope. But he didn't climb the stairs, nor did he kneel. In his mind, setting down his pride to greet this Pope first was already asking enough of him. This prince greets His Holiness. Lionel's smile widened, his actions mirroring Lionel's. As the crown prince, he of course had no need to kneel or kiss feet. However, he still had to show this Pope due respect, whether it be as a magus or the leader of the church. At that moment, a surge of killing intent swirled around the room. It seemed to want to completely crush Lionel where he stood. Lionel raised his head, but he noticed that the Pope's eyes were still half closed. The killing intent wasn't coming from him. Rather, it was coming from the paladins who stood against the walls of the room. It seemed they were completely infuriated by Lionel's actions. Lionel didn't show much of a reaction to the killing intent. His eyes weren't on the Pope anymore either. Lionel hadn't noticed it before because the room in Pope Margrave was too bright, but behind the throne, there were two young girls standing completely still. Their little feet stood on the cold marbled floors, their bodies adorned with a white gown. Each of them held a flower basket in their hands that held white petals. Even from here, Lionel could smell the fragrance coming from the two baskets. It seemed that they were the reason this room seemed to have such an air to it. However, this wasn't the reason Lionel was caught off guard like this. The main reason was because he recognized one of the girls. In fact, the little girl was also looking toward Lionel with a hint of shock within her large watery eyes. This little girl was the very same little girl who almost caused Lionel to miss out on the zone entirely. Seeing her familiar blue hair and large blue eyes, Lionel couldn't help but smile. This adorable little girl always seemed to be able to make him smile. Even though she had played the role of obstacle to him, he couldn't bring himself to be mad at such a cute little girl. Maybe this was the advantage of woman. The little girl of the Aderna family blushed seeing Lionel's gaze, and her eyes darted around as though looking for somewhere to hide. Lionel couldn't help but chuckle, causing the paladins around the room to be shocked. Laughing in such a situation? Did he not want his life anymore? Even the Pope couldn't help but open his eyes just that slight bit more. After his initial reaction, Lionel realized that this situation might not be too good. If this little girl exposed him, it could be troublesome. Although she couldn't do so directly without exposing herself, there were other ways for her to make insinuations. He wasn't that naive. Though he had taken a liking to this little girl due to her innocence, it wasn't like he didn't realize the danger she posed. In the end, Lionel chose not to worry about it. It was already too late to do much. He could only stay on his guard. Lionel, correct? Do you know the duties of a holy son? The Pope finally spoke. To now, the paladins hadn't said a single word out of turn. It was as though they knew their place and would never take a single step out of it. I do not, Your Holiness. Please advise. Lionel refocused on the situation at hand. As the only holy son remaining not of the royal family, you have a duty to the church. However, as a commoner, you haven't been taught the schools of religion or of thought. You will enter the convent as a canon of the church. After serving for 12 years, you will be allowed to earn your way through the rankings of clergymen. Should your performance meet a certain standard, the role of Pope can be handed to you in the future. Lionel's lip twitched. Canon? The convent? Wasn't this Pope asking him to become a nun? And serve 12 years? That meant 12 years of fasting and observing religious rituals. And, even after all of that, he would still need to keep his chastity and observe strict rules. If it was just a role he would take in the zone, it would be fine. After all, Lionel didn't mind acting for a period of time. This zone was just a fleeting existence. It's not like he would have to remain a virgin for life. However, it was clear this Pope wanted to lock him away for 12 years. How could Lionel waste so much time? He was already on a time crunch to begin with. If he was locked away like this, he wouldn't be able to accomplish much of anything. So, without hesitation, Lionel shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Holiness. I have no ambition to become a clergyman. The atmosphere went cold once more. Chapter 237. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Pope Margrave opened his eyes fully, peering down toward Lionel from on high. The killing intent locked on Lionel seemed to grow with each passing second of silence. However, once again, it didn't come from the Pope himself, but rather his paladins. Lionel could tell that if it wasn't for their rules of decorum, they would have definitely stepped forward with weapons drawn. Lionel's mind spun with several thoughts. It was impossible for him to accept Margrave's request of him, but at the same time he couldn't afford to be at odds with the church either. Leonis described Camelot as having 4 pillars of power, but I somehow feel that things aren't so simple. It's more likely that there are 4 powers on the surface, but the Knight and Mage Academy are probably just pawns of the royal family and the church. It might even be possible that both are pawns of the royal family to resist the church. Lionel's eyes narrowed when he had this thought. This was because this wasn't a thought he would originally have. It was the result of a synapse in his dreamscape. After a while, Lionel understood why he had come to this conclusion. First, there was Leonis' reaction when he mentioned paladins. It wasn't just his pride in his father Lionel sensed back then. That pride masked a disdain he felt for other paladins. Secondly, the Pope's words seemed to imply that Lionel's current circumstances were unacceptable. Though he didn't directly say Lionel had to leave the Mage Academy, Lionel had a faint inkling that it was meant to be tacitly understood. Thirdly, despite the fact the Pope was a 3-star magus, even after so many weeks within the Mage Academy, Lionel couldn't sense even the slightest influence of the church. He had lost count of the number of books he had read in the library to now, yet not a single one even alluded to religion, the Pope, or the church. I see. Lionel smiled bitterly. It seemed that Leonis had dragged Lionel right into the middle of a power struggle. As things stood now, there was still a bit of balance. Though 2 of Camelot's 3 holy sons sided with the royal family, it was still acceptable. After all, Leonis was King Arthur's son. It was only right that a son would follow after his father's footsteps. But what about Lionel? What would happen if a 4th holy son appeared, and still chose not to join the side of the church? This would put the church in a weird position. The capital would have 4 holy sons, yet 3 of them would have nothing to do with them. After so much indoctrination about the importance and superiority of holy sons, wouldn't the church lose much of its influence with the people if so many holy sons chose against joining them? Lionel suddenly realized that maybe the reason Lamorak had no choice but to let him live wasn't just because he was a holy son, but because of the political importance he represented. Though it seemed to take Lionel a long time to reach this conclusion, with his dreamscape and ability, it really took him no more than a split second to grasp everything. In that case, Your Holiness, the situation might not be as you expect. Lionel spoke slowly. Toward such words, Pope Margrave finally had the first change in his expression. In fact, even Leonis rose an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. The truth is that I'm not a holy son. Pope Margrave's eyebrow rose. In fact, a hint of a smile played his lips. If Lionel was a woman or liked men, it was definitely the kind of smile that would make his heart skip a bit no matter how slight of a smile it was. I'm not sure what happened, but Magus Aeliard might have made a mistake. I had my affinity tested recently, and the result was that I'm an earth elemental child. Margrave's expression changed once again. Oh, he said softly. Lionel understood then that the information hadn't spread just yet. But this made sense. Anyone who could have been in the Magic Art Tower at the time Lionel entered was definitely of exceptionally high standing. Not only would they understand the importance of Lionel's position, they were also less likely to gossip to begin with. It made sense that they would choose to remain silent until things settled down. Lionel smiled lightly and released his spirit pressure. A rushing wind swept through the throne room. For a moment, it felt as though Lionel was the center of the world, standing in the eye of a raging storm. At this point, both Leonis and the Pope, and even the paladins to the side, had a change in expression. How was Lionel's spirit pressure so powerful? Toward this, Lionel couldn't do much. He was already holding back. He had already been diligently crystallizing his spirit pressure for a couple weeks already. This was already the result of him holding back. His spirit pressure was simply far more than those of this world to begin with. The only thing holding him back was his low-grade force. In the blink of an eye, a simple earthen arrow formed before Lionel. It was just a 2-star apprentice art. Lionel could form several dozen of these in an instant if he wanted to. However, the 2 magi in the room were still shocked by the speed. A step further, the speed might have still been acceptable. But what they found difficult to accept was the metallic sheen on Lionel's earthen arrow. It was very clear that not only was he an Earth child, he was a variant, and a very powerful variant at that. However, Lionel hadn't done this just to show off. He had a very clear purpose. As you can see, Your Holiness, I believe there was some kind of mistake. I tried learning light elemental arts, but I wasn't very good at it. In fact, it takes me several minutes to form a 1-star apprentice light art. It would be impossible for me to use in battle. The Pope's eyes narrowed and the room turned still once more. Chapter 238. The silence was suffocating. Even the paladins no longer had the presence of mind to continue pressing Lionel. They could all only wait for Pope Margrave's response. "You're a very intelligent boy," Pope Margrave finally said. Margrave's face practically read like, "I know you're spewing bullshit, but I like it." When spirit pressure reaches a certain level, it becomes capable of forming many elements. Of course, the efficiency to which it's done is far less than one's main element, but this is true nonetheless. How could Margrave believe that Lionel took a minute to form a mere 1-star apprentice art? That was nothing but bullshit. But despite the fact it was bullshit the Pope happened to like. As long as Lionel continued to be this intelligent, there wouldn't have to be any problems between them. Camelot is truly blessed to have another child, and such a powerful one at that. This seat just wanted to see the future generation today. Now that I've seen, it's truly as the old say. The young will eventually surpass us all. Pope Margrave gave Lionel a deep look. Then he waved a hand, his eyes returning to their half-closed position. A familiar paladin separated from his position against the wall, leading Lionel and Leonis out. Lionel's eyes narrowed when the large double doors closed behind, blocking out those blinding lights. What a cunning man! Let alone sighing a breath of relief, Lionel was several levels more cautious. Though he had held back, he hadn't exposed his spirit pressure without cause. In this world, Lionel had learned that sometimes logic wasn't more important than one's strength. It wasn't until Lionel exposed his power that Margrave's treatment of him truly changed. If he wasn't as strong as he was now, there was no telling whether Pope Margrave would have accepted his reasonings. Lionel made a note in his heart. Mordred might not be his only enemy in this place. You know him. Not long after Lionel left, Margrave suddenly spoke to seemingly empty air. The paladins didn't react at all, but little Nana felt somewhat flustered by this line of questioning. No, Nana quickly answered. She wasn't worried her flustered appearance would give away anything. After all, this was her normal state. Plus, Lionel looked toward her first before she reacted, so it could be said that she was just shocked by the sudden attention Lionel gave her. Is that so? Margrave didn't say anything for a long while before he continued to speak. It seems that this boy is quite lustful. This could be used. Nana flushed red with embarrassment. Margrave chuckled. Don't worry, you are among my precious holy daughters and God has bestowed upon you a heaven-sent ability. How could I pass down such a debasing job to you? You must remain pure beneath the scrutiny of God. There will of course be others to take on this task. After he finished saying this, Margrave didn't speak again. If Lionel was here, maybe he wouldn't be able to hold back his rage any longer. It might be normal for a young girl like Nana to marry, and even birth children in this world, but Lionel had no such thoughts about the little girl. So the mission sets off in at dusk. Will you be ready? After leaving the church, Leonis pretended as though nothing had happened, and began to speak with Lionel about the mission once again. Lionel gave him a sidelong look. This prince had brought up this trip to the church as though it was any other day. In fact, the way he spoke about it initially, he made it sound like this had something to do with the mission he had taken up. Not only that, but he had even made it seem like he had some involvement with the church. If Lionel remembered correctly, Leonis spoke about this visit as though it was something every holy son did, when this very clearly wasn't the case. Leonis smiled shamelessly beneath Lionel's gaze. He was clearly saying that he took no responsibility for his previous actions. "You're pretty good, Your Highness," Lionel said with a tinge of sarcasm. Leonis chuckled. "I'm not sure what you mean, Lionel." Lionel mumbled but didn't say much else. It was true that it wouldn't have helped even if the prince had said something. Though it would have been nice to know, it would have also been akin to the prince making a decision for Lionel. By keeping his hands off the sequence entirely, not only was Leonis able to gain an understanding of where Lionel's loyalties lied, he was also able to test Lionel. However, never had he expected Lionel to be so capable. Even he couldn't have thought of a better solution to the situation. Lionel shook his head and decided to forget it. "What is this mission about?" Hearing this question, Leonis finally grew serious. "It's a border mission." Seeing that Lionel didn't have a particular reaction, Leonis almost smacked his own forehead. He had forgotten that Lionel had never been on a mission before. So how could he know just how damning the two words border mission were? Leonis sighed and began to explain. Camelot has a ring of safety system. The safest place is the core of the kingdom. This encompasses Camelot and the surround 100 or so mile radius. Beyond that is the yellow mission ring. This encompasses between 100 to 500 miles. Normally, those missions are taken up by apprentice mages. They deal with small beast hordes, bandits, small rebellions and the like. Beyond the yellow mission ring is the red mission ring. This is between 500 miles and 600 miles away from the core of the kingdom. These missions can only be touched by official mages. The rebellions that happen here are much fiercer, and the bandits form clans and small fiefs of their own, making them much more dangerous. Beyond the red mission ring is the black mission ring. This is between 600 and 800 miles away from the core of the kingdom. Only elite official mages and weaker magi can take missions in this region. The black mission ring are where the first instances of demons and black magic can be found. Some of the worst criminals of Camelot are hiding away in this region. The death toll is high enough to surpass 20%. Lionel frowned. It was this serious? Beyond the black mission ring is the border mission ring. It goes by another name, the demon mission ring. It's between 800 to 1,000 miles from the core of the kingdom. This region is the no man's land between Camelot and the demon kingdom. There are constant clashes between us and Mordred's demon army there. That is where our mission lies. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. But he knew he had to go. He knew that the side missions weren't meaningless. This was a zone, not a video game. Since side missions existed, they served a purpose. They acted like a guiding light to how to complete the main mission. Since he was going to the demon mission ring, it was a good chance to see whether or not he could kill Mordred in one sweep. Chapter 239. Lionel touched his sore bottom again. He had already lost count of the number of times he had done so, but the discomfort hadn't disappeared. Seeing Lionel do this again, Leonis couldn't help but snicker. Though he quickly tried to hide it, Lionel wouldn't miss such a thing with how sharp his senses were. He could only send a glare toward the crown prince. Unfortunately, this glare only made Leonis' withheld laughter burst forth like a torrential tide. If others knew the great earthen child Lionel couldn't handle riding a horse for a few hours, just how would they react? Leonis' laughter continued as though he couldn't sense Lionel's piercing glare. It had already been a few days since Lionel, Leonis and the rest of the expedition squad had set out to the border region. Lionel still remembered his shock when he saw the teleportation arrays Camelot had built. But after a moment, it was relatively easy to accept. After all, if a Tier 9 black treasure could provide a talisman capable of taking Aina to a new world, it wasn't too shocking that a world with several magi could find methods to teleport within a world. After his initial shock settled down, Lionel laughed at himself. He had seen all of the mage arts within the magic art tower. Some of them had abilities he couldn't have even fathomed back when he was a normal human. Something like teleportation shouldn't have been so surprising. Unfortunately, despite the existence of teleportation channels, Lionel had still had to ride a horse in the last few days. For safety, the teleportation channels to Camelot and from Camelot stopped appearing frequently after the red mission ring, and there were sparingly few within the black mission ring. As for the border region, there were none. So, after reaching the last channel, Lionel, Leonis, and the rest of the group had to travel by horse. But Lionel hadn't even touched a horse in his lifetime before. In fact, he couldn't remember ever being close to one, let alone having to ride it uncomfortably for hours. In truth, Lionel could just use a simple healing spell to stop the soreness, but after his conversation with the Pope, he didn't dare to use light elemental magic in public anymore. And it seemed Leonis was too busy laughing at him to help out. The rest of the squad seemed to be taking this quite well as well. It was rare to get some laughs during a border region mission, so they felt a bit relaxed after making Lionel the butt of the joke. Leonis smiled inwardly. What an interesting guy. I know he's not a person who gets embarrassed so easily. The only explanation is that he's becoming the butt of the joke on purpose to ease the tension. Leonis found Lionel to be an interesting character to analyze. Whenever he thought he understood him, things would turn out to be much different from what he had expected. Lionel had layers to him that were exceptionally difficult to peel back. The team this time was formed by 5 members including Leonis and Lionel. Aside from them there were 3 Lionel recognized, Mary, Fable, and finally Ellis. It was only after seeing them all that Lionel understood the true reason behind their robes lacking embroidery. Mages and magi who frequented battlefields wouldn't give more information about themselves to the enemy than was necessary. In fact, Lionel realized that their robes might not even necessarily reflect their true levels. Due to this reason, Lionel also wore plain blue robes without any embroidery, and he understood just a bit more about the world he was in. Suddenly, the laughing atmosphere grew serious. Leonis, the leader of this squad, didn't need to say anything. They could see by the land that stretched out before them that they were here. The line of separation was so stark that it almost seemed surreal. On one side, there were blades of green grass. Though these blades lacked in health and were even browning in several spots, they were ultimately still blades of grass. However, on the other side, there was nothing but gray, cracked lands. Every so often, there would be what seemed like patches of vegetation, but they all resembled weeds and were colored such a deep black that it was impossible to call them plants of any sort. The world across this clear line was covered by a thin veil of fog. In the distance, sharp mountain ranges towered, piercing through the black clouds above. A light drizzle perpetually fell over the gray lands, yet its soil remained just as dry. In fact, the rain held an odd scent to it that made Lionel's nose twitch. It's acidic. Lionel's frown deepened. Lionel, you take the vanguard. Mary, Fable, protect his sides and flank our formation. Ellis, take up the rear. Lionel nodded. His arrangement made the most sense. Since Lionel was an earth mage, it made sense for him to take the vanguard. His defenses and crowd-controlling abilities were the highest. In addition, his spirit pressure was also the highest, so could scout ahead as well. Leonis was their main healer, so he should be protected in the middle. Ellis was a mental mage, so her attack strength was the least. Taking up the rear allowed her to use her sharper senses to ensure they didn't get pincered, while also allowing her the time needed to launch her assaults of the mind, just like her mentor Magus Aeliard. Mary was a wood mage while Fable was a wind mage. Though their abilities didn't allow for a special allocation, this was the best place to put them. Lionel took a deep breath and entered a focus state. The expressions of his teammates changed, sensing the shift in his aura. They felt that it was slightly difficult to breathe, but they also sighed in relief when they realized the aura wasn't pointed toward them. Leonis' eyes narrowed slightly, watching Lionel's back. He isn't doing it on purpose. Just how many secrets do you have? Lionel took a step forward, crossing into the gray lands that bordered the 2 behemoths of this world. An uncomfortable feeling seeped into his body immediately. It was similar to a muscle ache or a minor cold. Though it was nothing too severe, it still made Lionel all the more serious. The light drizzle of rain rebounded across his body and robes as though trying to ebb away at his psyche. Without a choice, he continued to walk forward. What he didn't know was that there was a subtle change to his segmented cube. All the while, sitting within Lionel's spatial bracelet, it passively absorbed energy. Even after Lionel stepped into this no man's land, it never stopped. However, this energy was different. It carried a tinge of blackness to it. seeping into the lab setting, toward the snow globes, and into the resting place of the little mink. Chapter 240. Black Rhino, Power. 7 stars Black. Strength, 8 stars Black. Speed, 5 stars Black. Agility, 4 stars Black. Coordination, 7 stars Black. Stamina, 8 stars Black. Reactions, 6 stars Black. Defense, quasi 9 star Black. Spirit, 1 stars Black. Force, 1 stars Black. Power scale accuracy, 97%. Lionel's gaze flashed. Even with a beast standing at 3 meters tall before him, he hardly reacted. Mud pit. Lionel stretched out a hand. The land quaked and shook as the black rhino charged over. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered a 100-meter radius. Just when it was about to press its front feet down, it suddenly felt its footing disappear. Instead of hitting solid ground, it sank into a quagmire, causing its body to flip forward. Harden. Just as the rhino's body was about to flip out of the mud pit entirely, the pit hardened. The sudden change caused the rhino, who was in the process of rolling off, to come to a sudden stop. At that moment, the sickening sound of shattering bones rang out, only to be completely overshadowed by the pained roar of the black rhino. The black rhino heavily landed on its back, its front legs snapped in two. In fact, a portion of its legs were still stuck in the hardened mud pit. However, Lionel hardly reacted. A familiar swirl of wind had already surged around his body once again. A strong earth element swirled in the air above the rhino, quickly coalescing into a bronze, angled blade that radiated a beautiful light. Heavy guillotine. Shoo. The blade descended into the rhino's open mouth. It was too busy roaring in pain to even sense the danger. An instant later, its mouth was pierced through to the back of its skull, leaving it impaled into the ground. By this point, Lionel's teammates were looking at his back as though he was some kind of monster. This wasn't the first demon Lionel had taken down. In fact, it wasn't even the 10th. Yet, every time they saw him do it, they would feel just as shocked as the first time. That beast was at least as powerful as a 1-star magus. Wasn't Lionel just an official mage? They should have been working together to take it down, so what the hell was happening? This power scaling system is alright, but still not perfect. It's too broad now. It needs some tweaks, Lionel calmly analyzed. That battle was at most 72% efficient. It would have been much easier to finish that battle had I taken a different approach. If I had used gravity warp just after the rhino flipped due to mud pit, I could have used earthen spike to impale it beneath its own weight. Earthen spike is only a 2-star official art. It would take much less to cast than the 1-star magus art, heavy guillotine, even if I have to take into account the 3-star official art, gravity warp. Lionel wasn't really worried about his stamina usage. Even compared to true 3-star magi, his stamina was far beyond what they could imagine. After all, he technically had the reserves of a 5th-dimensional mage. The only shame was that he had to use more of his spirit to form magic art since he hadn't crystallized his spirit pressure as thoroughly as the true elites of this world. But even then, his starting point was still so much higher that it hardly mattered. Lionel was seriously refining his dreamscape bit by bit. He wanted to reach a point where he could understand the best way to defeat an enemy the moment he laid eyes on it. Unfortunately, it was clear that he was still very far from this result. 72% efficiency might sound impressive, but Lionel knew that this was pitifully low. For one, the more efficiency he wanted to eke out, the more difficult it would be. But this wasn't even the biggest point. The truth was that the rhino was much weaker than Lionel. Not only was it much weaker, but it was much less intelligent than Lionel. The petty tricks Lionel used might work on it, but on a true demon or another magus, it would be nothing more than parlor tricks. Lionel believed that had the black rhino been just any other 1-star magus, Lionel would at best be able to wring out a measly 30 to 40% efficiency, 50% if he was lucky and could counter his enemy's ability. It would be even worse the closer to his strength the enemy was. Suddenly thinking of this, another light bulb went off in Lionel's mind as a branching arc of lightning surged through his dream world. Counters. It might not be possible to perfectly counter every enemy I come across. An earth mage would be the bane of a wind mage, but might not necessarily do well against others. Lionel thought that there was merit to this idea. However, he didn't have a perfect way to act on it currently. Though he could technically cast all elemental spells thanks to his talent, he knew that this wasn't a viable solution. The power system of Camelot would only be useful to him in the third dimension. It would lose its use the moment he crossed into the fourth. So, that solution would only be short-lived. He needed to think of something better. Lionel, you're a monster. Do you know that? Fable suddenly spoke in a somewhat exasperated tone. They all thought after the first beast Lionel took down that he would soon realize he couldn't expend his stamina so wildly. But the current Lionel looked like he was still on his first battle. It was too ridiculous. Originally, they had been accepting of Lionel joining this expedition for two reasons. Firstly, Leonis recommended him. And secondly, they heard rumors that he had battled a Knight of the Round Table and came out alive. In their minds, even if Lionel's magic wasn't up to standard, he could make up for it in other ways. But they had never expected for him to be such a monster even when only using magic arts. Lionel didn't know how to respond to this. Leonis and the others chuckled seeing his response. They had expected the atmosphere to become heavy after entering these lands, but Lionel's prowess took a burden off their hearts. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the beasts, Lionel could as well. They all knew that these demons were easy pickings. The true demons were far more powerful and were humanoids. But Lionel let them all save up their stamina and remain in peak condition. This was more than they could ever hope for. It seems like we've arrived at our destination, Leonis said in a somewhat surprised tone. He had expected it to take about a week, but this was only the third day. He sent another deep look toward Lionel's back. He had realized that Lionel sometimes swerved their formation in certain directions, but he didn't think much of it. But it seemed that Lionel was avoiding danger for them at the same time as taking the vanguard. A monster indeed. Up ahead a small, makeshift fort stood. The gates were made of black wood, and stood about 3 meters tall. Peeking over the wooden walls one could see several tall tents from the distance. Several patrol units stood between them and the small fort. They had already passed through several lookout checkpoints, so the commander of this fort should already be prepared for their arrival. As expected, before they could even approach, the gates opened and a small troop of knights riding war horses galloped forward. Lionel winced. Damn horses again. As Lionel was remembering his past trauma, he didn't notice that Leonis had begun to frown behind him. Something's wrong. Chapter 241. After a moment, Lionel regained his serious expression. Once he did, his senses quickly picked up on a few things. First, the small squad of 4 riding war horses toward them was led by a man with billowing blonde hair and blue eyes that held a complex light within them. Secondly, according to what he knew about Leonis, it was impossible for him not to take the helm in greeting these knights. This wasn't because the prince felt the need to take control of everything, but rather because Lionel felt that Leonis was a man who placed emphasis on relationships and respect, not much unlike Lionel himself. For a man like Leonis, as the leader of their squad, he would of course observe proper etiquette and greet these knights of Camelot. After all, in the future when he was named king, these men would be the backbone of the kingdom. And even now they were putting their lives on the line, fighting day in and day out in the most dangerous border regions. Yet, not only had Leonis not stepped forward, he even seemed reluctant to do so. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of doing so, but that he was reluctant to do so. After reaching this conclusion, Lionel observed the man coming toward them once again, and immediately noticed something else. This man's strength even faintly surpassed Lamorac's. At that moment, noticing his looks, Lionel had a faint inkling of something. Please don't tell me he's Lancelot. Lionel felt another headache coming on. Lionel shook his head. Things still shouldn't be so simple. I don't believe that even if things are as I think they are that Leonis would be so unable to hide his emotions. This is even doubly so for a knight of the Round Table like Lancelot. When Lionel had this thought, he began to calmly observe everything else. 2 of the knights who followed Lancelot out had deadpan expression, but the third had a gaze that reminded Lionel of a snake. He calmly looked Leonis up and down as though he was measuring up goods in a flea market. It was difficult to tell anything else from his gaze, but for some reason, he didn't have eyes for anyone else. Even the two beauties, Ellis and Mary, had no ability to catch his attention. There was something off about his gaze, but Lionel couldn't put his finger on it. Could the oddity be related to this man? He had long, black hair that shimmered as though coated in a thin gel. His eyes were the very same deep black, reflecting an indifferent light. To his hips, two swords hung, but they were obscenely long to the point they almost dragged along the ground even while he rode his tall horse. The longer Lionel looked at him, but louder his primitive instincts screamed. This man, he was dangerous. As though feeling a gaze on him, the young man finally shifted his gaze from Leonis, locking eyes with Lionel. In that moment, Lionel felt as though his body had been dunked into a vat of ice water. His blood vessels involuntarily constricted even as his eyes narrowed. Lionel's heartbeat slowed to a crawl. Though their gazes only met for a split second, it felt like an eternity. The man seemed surprised that Lionel didn't try his best to look away as soon as possible. It made him give Lionel a once-over, trying to see whether there was something special about the young man before him. Unfortunately, at that moment, their silent clash had to come to an end. "Crown Prince, you've come." Lancelot, heading the small squad, took the initiative to hop down from his horse, kneeling down to a single knee in greeting. Maybe I shouldn't keep subconsciously thinking he's Lancelot. Who knows, I might get lucky and dodge this mess. "Please don't do this, Sir Lancelot. I'm not worthy of such respect." "Or not." Lionel smiled bitterly. Lancelot stood with an amiable smile, looking over the rest of the group. "Oh, is this official Mage Lionel? I've heard a lot about you. That old fogey Lamorak suffered at your hands, huh?" The man with snake-like eyes narrowed his gaze at these words. It seemed he was only now learning of Lionel's identity. Lionel smiled, a bit embarrassed. "I guess you could say his mace was a bit dirted by my blood." Lancelot was a bit stunned by Lionel's response for a moment, before he erupted into a boisterous laughter. It was quite an odd sight to see. Lancelot, with his looks, could play the part of arrogant and pretty playboy perfectly. Yet, he erupted with the same laughter one would expect from a man with wild facial hair and a massive gut. Damn, his charisma is affecting even me. No wonder Queen Guinevere fell for him. If others knew what Lionel was thinking, he'd probably get sentenced to death where he stood. Lancelot heavily patted Lionel's shoulder. "I like you, kid." Clearly, he wasn't as reserved toward Lionel as he was toward Leonis. "Sir Lancelot, is this base experiencing some issues? I noticed that the security was especially high." Leonis finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Of course, these weren't at the forefront of his mind, but he could only toss other things to the back. Yes. Lancelot grew serious. "The demon lords have been on the move." Leonis grew serious. The demon lords. They were Modred's most trusted subordinates. There were 66 of them in total. It wasn't that Modred didn't add more, but that demon lords would rather slaughter one another to claim their positions. As a result, new demon lords would always kill another demon lord upon being conferred their title, or die trying. In the end, the number would always be 66. But even then, these were many more top experts than Camelot had. If it wasn't for the fact the top experts of Camelot outstripped those of this demonic land by a measure, Camelot would have long since been wiped out. Leonis frowned. "What happened?" Lancelot took a deep breath. "A new demon lord has been appointed. However, this one didn't follow the normal tradition of killing another, causing some unrest within Modred's lands. Now there are 67 demon lords, but Modred seems to have taken a liking to this new appointee, and is protecting them. There's unrest in their ranks now. But demons don't display their dissatisfaction in the same way we humans do. Rather than pointing their spears toward Modred, they're ignoring the status quo and attacking on their own whim. Modred has yet to step in to regain the balance, and it's possible that she wants this sort of unrest. Due to this, we've been dealing with constant attacks toward all the border forts. News has already been sent back to Camelot. It's likely that the other big players will be making a move now. Just when Lancelot wanted to say more, the ground suddenly began to quake. Chapter 242. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lionel had never expected that he wouldn't even get a chance to rest. A whirlwind of orders and roars shook the small fort. Lancelot's carefree demeanor completely vanished as he took hold of the situation. This fort was his own to control. The truth was that this base was in far better condition than the others would be. With a Knight of the Round Table protecting it, those stations here were several levels luckier than they otherwise might be. This was the first time Lionel had ever been on a true battlefield. Though he had fought the Englishmen alongside the French, those men were so much weaker than him that his life was never truly on the line. This was especially so when it was considered that Aina had been by his side. But this time, if he was just a bit careless, even a foot soldier could take his life. The warriors of this world were on a completely different level. He simply couldn't afford to take any of them lightly. For some reason, though, Lionel felt an urge to take the vanguard. Even he was shocked by this sudden change in his psyche. The thumping of his heart reminded him of the first time he stepped onto a football field. It was the very same feeling, that will to conquer and pit his wits against that of the enemy. However, all this time, such a thing had been repressed to the depths of his heart. He simply didn't like to kill. Such contradictory feelings always clashed within him to the point his initial instincts were tempered and snuffed out. But the enemy was once again not human. Lionel suddenly smiled. He remembered charging toward the Beast Kings of the Project Hunt Island. Back then, he had felt the fetters of his heart release a bit. After all, back then his enemy was an army of beasts. And now, his enemy was an army of demons. Lionel stood on the walls of the fort. The black wood felt exceptionally smooth beneath his feet. As a mage, it was only right that he stood at the back of the army. It was his job to observe a formation of earth mages and understand their procedure for future battles. But he was feeling especially agitated. He wanted to join the knights below. A sin pace went off in Lionel's dream world. When he sent his mind inward, he smiled bitterly. So it's like that. In the sky of his dream world sat his dreamscape. Within it, arcs of lightning connected his memories of battle with Lamorak to a book titled Achieving a Smooth Spirit. It was a level 7 book, one at the limit of what Lionel was allowed to read currently. It was a theory speaking on the connection of one's mentality to their spirit pressure. In truth, it seemed like a crackpot theory, maybe similar to the holistic medicine of Earth. Though some people believe in it, many dismiss it as a ridiculous notion. Even Lionel hadn't thought much about it before. But right now he understood where these feelings of agitation were coming from. His battle with Lamorak had left a shadow on his heart. It was impeding the pure flow of his spirit and limiting his future path. As a result, Lionel subconsciously wanted to prove himself on a real battlefield. Lionel took a deep breath and closed his eyes. If others knew his thoughts, they'd believe he thought too much of himself. Lamorak was one of the 4 or 5 most powerful knights of Camelot. His age was easily 3 or 4 times that of Lionel's, maybe even more. It was only right that he defeated Lionel. Was Lionel even worthy to have such a shadow over his heart? The fact such an impediment to his spirit existed was practically Lionel saying that he subconsciously placed himself on the same level as Lamorak, or maybe even a higher level. To do something subconsciously was to say that Lionel believed this to the depths of his soul. He wasn't faking it, it was a confidence etched into his bones. Lionel chuckled to himself, causing the mages who were incredibly tense to his side to look toward him with shock. In the distance, a vile army of demons surged forward like a tide. Black dogs with long gray tongues as rough as sandpaper. Gray-skinned humanoids with all sorts of horns and antlers on their heads. Scaled humanoids with reptilian eyes. Grotesque vultures looming in the skies with wrinkled, rotting skin. It was a scene right out of hell. Yet this young man was laughing? Had he lost his mind? Lionel's blood rushed through his veins. He felt his bronze runes flicking into and out of existence. He could hardly control himself. Lionel's eyes were like hawks. He automatically locked onto 3 demon lords in the distance. One was a massive minotaur carrying a bloodied axe. The tips of its horns were a deep, obsidian black, making it look as though it had been dripped in poison continuously. The second was a skeleton with blue flames for eyes. It wore a ragged black robe that couldn't hide the chains around its ankles and wrists. At the end of its chains there were massive heavy balls of black steel. Their weight were so substantial that they left long, deep trenches in the ground as the skeleton walked forward. The last was a zombie with rotting greenish-gray skin. It wore nothing but a torn beast cloth to protect its groin. As for the rest of it, it was completely exposed. Lionel could even see the lines of muscle fibers beneath its shedding skin. However, instead of these muscles being a healthy pink, they looked completely washed out to the point of nearly being white, as though this zombie had not an ounce of blood left in its body. Despite their grotesque appearance, Lionel could feel that their auras were billowing into the skies. They weren't as powerful as Lamorak or Lancelot, but the difference wasn't so large either. The more Lionel looked toward them, the greater the thumping of his heart became. Eventually, his heartbeat became so loud that those beside him could hear it. It felt as though his heart would leap from his chest any moment now. Lionel's aura towered into the skies. As though competing with the 3 demon lords before it, it shot into the rumbling black clouds above, even dispersing the ever-falling rain for just a moment. Lionel could feel it. If he didn't step forward now, his blood would run in reverse. This feeling, he couldn't hold it down anymore. Military law. He simply didn't care. Several eyes landed on Lionel. Some were friendly and others were from the enemy army. However, he didn't have eyes for any of them. The blood surged throughout Lionel's body. It churned and spun, shooting into his chest. His lungs expanded, a mighty roar that seemed to drown out everything erupting from within him. A blinding light lit Lionel's eyes. By the time they dimmed, his eyes reflected a beautiful violet tinged with just the slightest hint of red. Then, he leapt from the walls of the fort. Chapter 243. Lionel tore through the skies, treading through the air with 2 steps that sent him flying forward several hundred meters. Before anyone could react, he had already landed in the no-man's land between the 2 armies. Lionel had no idea what was going on around him. He could hear anything but the blood rushing through his ears. He couldn't feel anything but the wild thumping of his heart. He couldn't see anything but the endless stream of enemies before him. His mage robes were sheared apart under the pressure, revealing a toned torso pulsing with blinding bronze runes, and radiating a beautiful violet color. Lionel's palm flipped over, a spear appearing in it as he shot forward. Rising pillar. The earth beneath his feet trembled, shooting up at an angle beneath Lionel's feet. A swirl of surging force surrounded Lionel as he formed the magic art, using pillar that manifested beneath him to fly forward at ever faster speeds. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the first line of monsters, demons and ghouls. Compared to the army, he seemed like an insignificant ant. Yet even the demons who didn't know fear or pain felt their chests being pressed down by an undying pressure. Bang! The earth before Lionel surged upward, forming a massive wedge that slammed into the front of the demon army. Shattered bodies flew out from the point of impact like broken kites. Their desecrated corpses paved a bloody path for Lionel to step forward. Lionel's piercing violet-red eyes shone forth like 2 impossible-to-stop beams. He became the only light in this bleak land, a halo of bronze-violet light hanging above his head. Grand gravity warp. The earth beneath Lionel's feet sunk down by several inches. An invisible weight descended from the skies, crushing the bodies of every demon within tens of meters of him. Lionel shot into the army, his spear leaving trailing snakes of sharp air in its wake. In the distance, those of Camelot's army finally reacted to what they were seeing. Lionel's expression changed several times. This madman. Prince, are you seeing what I'm seeing? As a light magus, Lionel obviously didn't have a squad of mages to join like Lionel had. His job was to go to the places of the battlefield where he was needed. As a result, he had a security detail of his own, and had separated from Lionel. At that moment, Mary was speechless watching Lionel. They all felt that Lionel had lost his mind. They had seen many weird reactions to stepping on the battlefield for the first time. Some vomited, others cowered in fear, Some couldn't stop the shaking of their limbs and others even tried to abandon the battle entirely. But, charging headlong into battle, this was the first time they had ever seen such a thing. Lancelot sat on his war horse with a stunned expression. In all his years, this was the first time he had seen such a thing as well. The truth was that such actions by Lionel were enough to be punished by military law, maybe even death. Breaking rank and doing as one pleased wasn't the way of the army. This wasn't only the case on Earth, but clearly also the case in this mythological zone. However, though Earth and this zone were similar, they were different in one aspect: the importance of strength. Who dared to reprimand Lionel? Even if Lancelot had the strength to do so, would he? Was it worth it? At that moment, Lancelot boisterously laughed into the skies. The gold and silver lance that hung to his sides rose in his hands. He pointed it forward, drawing an invisible line between himself and the army before them. You see that, men, even a rookie is so eager. We won't lose out to him, will we? His roar pierced through the veil above. The rumbling hooves of war horses, and the sound of weapons clanging against armor shot through the battlefield. The aura of Camelot's army rose. As though trying to match Lionel's energy, it melded with his momentum, suppressing the demons to an extreme. Charge! Lancelot's words fell and a sea of knights shot forward. The front hooves of their steeds rose, trampling the ground beneath them with impunity. To a side, the snake-eyed man watched on with a curious gaze. He looked toward Lionel's back as though it was right in front of him. From his position, he could see every defined muscle of Lionel's back, every sharp, perfectly formed bronze rune, and even saw the beads of sweat perspiring from him. Interesting. The two long swords to his side trembled as though feeling excited. They cried out as though they were wishing for blood too. Without another moment of waiting, he too shot forward. In the front of it all, Lionel had no idea how he had affected the army to his back. He controlled the earth beneath his feet like a god of war, and wielded his spear like the call of a reaper. His movements were like fluid water, his steps carrying an enigmatic air to them that made it seem as though all his enemies were walking into their deaths of their own volition. Surprisingly, aside from their gazes being aimed toward him, the demon lords didn't make any other action toward Lionel. One would think that they would go all out to snuff out his momentum, but they didn't seem to care to do so. They looked on with complete indifference. However, they suddenly frowned when Lionel's gaze met their own because his gaze too was indifferent. He didn't see them as demon lords. He saw them as enemies he needed to cut down to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling in his heart. They were his outlet to vent, nothing more, nothing less. At that moment, the other high rankers of the demon army began to move. Demon lords might have been the highest standard, but beneath them there were still demon soldiers, demon captains, and demon generals. Why should their demon lord be the first to step up just to deal with a small fry ant of a human? For someone like Lionel, a demon captain was more than enough. Feeling very confident in himself, a wolf man standing on its two strong hind legs shot toward Lionel. A rotting tongue hung out of its mouth, grotesque saliva dripping downward as it dreamed about Lionel's tender flesh. However, it had hardly begun to target Lionel when a spear appeared before it, piercing through its tongue, mouth and through the back of its head. Like that, a demon captain fell no differently from a rabid dog. Finally, the demon generals were stirred. Chapter 244. What a boisterous kid. Since when did my demon army become so easy to bully? A demon general with empty sockets flickering with a green flame sneered. If it wasn't for this feature, he would look completely like a normal human male of average appearance. But with it, it couldn't be more clear that he was a demon with a sinister temperament. The green flame demon general stepped toward Lionel, two scimitars twirling in his hands. At that moment, Camelot's army met the demons, their clash ringing throughout the battlefield. Rain continued to drizzle, the clouds above seemingly becoming denser and blacker with each passing moment. Yet, Lionel didn't seem to notice anything at all. Even the several demon generals coming toward him were nothing more than another reflection in his mind. The raging torrent of his blood flowed quicker with each passing moment. His skin reddened, causing a light steam to rise from his body beneath the cool atmosphere. Die. Two scimitars crossed across Lionel's neck, seemingly trying to sever his head from his shoulders from two directions at once. Lionel's mind was exceptionally calm. It was as though he didn't realize his life was on the line. The green flame demon general sneered deeply, looking toward Lionel as though he was a dead man. But when he met the coldness of Lionel's violet-red eyes, he felt a shiver tear its way up his spine. Lionel's spear shot forward. Just when it seemed the scimitars would rip his head from his body, Lionel's spear, as though drawn on a perfect line, connected with the intersecting line of the two scimitars, repelling them both with a single strike. As the green flame demon general felt an unstoppable force surge up his arms, causing him to take several steps backward, he felt a deep fear take root in his heart. Using the tip of a spear to intercept two weapons at once, just a single mistake would have meant Lionel losing his head. Just what level of character did he provoke? The green flame demon general immediately retreated by several steps. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Lionel on his own. If he didn't get help, he would only be rushing to his death. The demon general had expected that Lionel would press him, but he was stunned and then enraged by Lionel's next actions. As though he was air, Lionel didn't even pursue the demon general. He sent out several more piercing strikes of his spear, compressing, call of the wind, to an extreme. The green flame demon general could only watch as his soldiers fell one after another. Several demon generals began to swarm the area. It couldn't be helped. Lionel was a lone man too far gone from the true front line of Camelot's army. He was alone, swarmed by enemies from all sides. Things like formations, ranks, and military law were meaningless to demons. If they saw an opponent they wanted, even crossing from one side of the army to the other wasn't outside of reason to them. Even when they saw the green flame demon general suffer by a measure, it only lit their fighting spirit all the more. The green flame demon general tried to send attacks toward Lionel from a distance, hoping to slow down his murder spree. Scythes of green force tore through the air, flying toward Lionel at unbelievable speeds. Yet Lionel calmly sidestepped them all. It was as though he knew where they would land ahead of time, and had already moved in the opposite direction. Lionel's general star abilities deepened with each passing day. Others would need several battles over decades for even the smallest improvement, but those were individuals without Lionel's ability. A movement theory like General Star was practically created for Lionel. Prince, this isn't good. This is Lionel's first battle. What is he going to do when his stamina runs dry? Fable asked with a bit of worry from Liona's side. They all knew how insane Lionel's stamina was, but they had been dropped into this battle right after a long day of trekking to this location. On top of that, Lionel probably didn't know due to his lack of experience that stamina ran out faster on the battlefield. All the adrenaline and nerves made one exceptionally tight, making them use more strength than they needed to. Battles of this level usually lasted at least a few hours. How could Lionel possibly last to the end? Lionas narrowed his eyes at these words. Everyone thought Lionel was being hot-headed. Even Lionas believed so. But, for some reason Lionas felt that Lionel just might give them a surprise. Lionas' gaze shifted to another part of the battlefield. He watched as a man with two long swords tore a path on a war horse. His killing speed was even several levels beyond Lionel, though his opponents were a few levels weaker as well since they were the fodder of the front line. For Lionel to appear now of all times, is this a good or a bad thing? Liona's thoughts didn't seem to have a thread that connected them. Thinking this while looking toward the man with snake eyes. Just what did it mean? However, even if Lionel knew of this, it was unlikely that he would care at this point. All he wanted was to battle, to satiate the raging, boiling blood in his veins. Prince, 17 demon generals have surrounded Lionel. Ellis practically shrieked. She had been nearly fanatical about Lionel ever since she found out his true status. Even after it came out that Lionel was actually a Earth child, Ellis realized that there were political machinations behind this. After all, she had been there that day. So all this time she had been focused on Lionel despite the fact she was meant to be acting as a scout for Lionas. When she saw such a thing, she couldn't help but pale. However, she had no idea that this was exactly what Lionel was waiting for. Demon General. Elite 7-star to 8-star threats. It will be several times more efficient to defeat many of them at once. The Green Flame Demon General was already enraged to the point of his chest bursting. When he saw so many converging toward Lionel, he felt that it was finally time for his revenge. None of the demon lords had good feelings toward one another. This was even more so for demon generals. That said, just because the Green Flame Demon General didn't like them, didn't mean he wasn't willing to use them to kill Lionel. However, this would be the second time Lionel's gaze met the green flames of the Demon General. And once again, a cold shiver snaked up the latter's spine. Lionel didn't smirk, he didn't sneer. There wasn't even a light of satisfaction in his eyes. Yet the Demon General still felt as though he was looking toward them from on high. They were nothing but stepping stones he could use to vent the discomfort in his heart. Grand Marshlands. Lionel spoke calmly, but the surge of wind that wrapped around his body when these words fell made it feel as though a cyclone was forming in the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 245. The Demon Generals immediately realized that something was wrong. But by then, it was already too late. Aside from one that had bat-like wings, allowing her to soar into the skies and escape, the remaining 16 found themselves trapped. The cracked, gray lands of the battlefield suddenly became a land of soft, muddy earth. Their bodies sunk down to their ankles, slowing their movement speeds by several levels. Yet Lionel remained completely unaffected. The immediate reaction of the Demon Generals was to use force to tread on the marshland, just like they would on water. It was a seemingly easy solution that was right before them. As battle-hardened veterans, they had of course put their lives on the line countless times before. How could they not react quickly to such a dangerous situation? However, dreams were great while reality was cruel. This might have looked like a normal marshland, but if it was truly so easy to escape, how could it be worthy of being a 1-star Magus art? Shit. I can't escape. A large man with fur-covered skin and 2 large canine teeth that hung out from his mouth snarled. His square face distorted in fury. It was clear that he wasn't very intelligent, because seeing that he was having trouble gathering force to the soles of his feet, his solution was to forcefully use more. The more intelligent of the Demon Generals paled in despair. They realized now what was happening. This Grand Marshlands had a secondary function of acting like a sponge to force. No matter how hard they tried to gather force, it would be useless. In fact, if they acted like the square-faced fool, they would only deplete their reserves quicker. By this point, the Demon Generals were feeling incomparably aggrieved. Such a large crowd control spell should have taken a normal Earth Mage at least 10 seconds to cast, even if they were very efficient in using it. However, not only did Lionel take less than 3, but the range was almost 50 meters, easily double what a normal mage should have been able to accomplish. Lionel didn't even spare these Demon Generals a glance. He looked up into the skies toward the female demon with bat wings. His left palm flipped over, revealing a long-barreled pistol with a harpoon fitted to it. Bang! The bat-winged Demon General tried to swerve in the air, but the result was her wing being torn apart. She could only watch on in horror as she crashed into the marshlands below. She regretted not flying away at the first instant she could, but there was no medicine for such a feeling. Lionel shot forward, appearing before the raging square-faced Demon General. Boy, I'll smash you to a pulp. The Demon General raised his club above his head, already picturing the scene of Lionel being smashed into a blood mist. However, the instant he did, he realized that he was suddenly feeling lightheaded. Why did he feel so weak all of a sudden? In a second of distraction, a sharp pain ripped through his throat. He looked down in disbelief to find Lionel's spear being pulled out of his body. Even as the life faded from within him, he didn't realize that he only felt so weak due to his own stupidity. Lionel appeared before the bat-winged Demon General in a flash, not stopping to admire his kill for even a moment. The latter was still sprawled on the damp ground. Though it had dulled the impact for her, it was also the reason she was even more stuck than the others were. She didn't even have the time to lift her head from the ground before Lionel's spear ran through her back, piercing her heart. Lionel flickered around the battlefield. Whether it was the demon generals or their subordinates that happened to get caught in the range of his spear, he showed no mercy. Run. The demon generals couldn't bother to stay any longer. The man was nothing more than a god of death. It felt like he was looking at them as though they were just numbers on a sheet, a tally to his success and nothing more. Unfortunately, was it really so easy to run from Lionel? Every earth spell Lionel cast carried a variance to it due to his mutated spirit pressure affinity. This variance was related to his metal synergy lineage factor. It naturally ingrained metals into all of his mage arts. This ability wasn't very useful for an ability like Grand Marshlands or Mud Pit. However, when it came to defense and attacking earth mage arts, Lionel's could be said to be double the strength of a normal cast without any exaggeration. There was another spell that got a boost as well, and that was Harden. The expanse of marshlands suddenly became solid land once again. A wild surge of winds whipped around Lionel. To use Harden on such a large scale was completely different than using it like he had previously on Mud Pit. However, to Lionel, he didn't feel that there was much of a difference at all. By now, in their struggle, the demon generals and other demons had already sunk down to the shins. And now, they suddenly found themselves completely trapped. It was a one-sided slaughter. Lionel shot through the 50-meter radius like a fluttering leaf dripping with blood. Every place he stopped would suddenly bloom a flower of crimson, reaping the life of another demon. The green flame demon general watched on with horror. He couldn't move even a single inch. Even now he had no idea who Lionel was. He had thought that their demon army had information on all the great talents of Camelot. So, where the hell had this boy come from? He treated their lives like weeds. The green-flamed Mian general had already lost count of all the atrocities he had committed. But somehow before Lionel he felt like an innocent child who didn't understand the world. A bitter chuckle left the demon general's lips as Lionel's spear finally found its way to him. It wasn't long before the green flames of his eyes waned and flickered out. The last sight he saw were Lionel's expressionless violet eyes. He seemed disappointed. Lionel ripped his spear from the demon general's skull. He looked down at the once beautiful spear, realizing that it was beaten and battered now. There were multiple chips on its common iron head, and its wooden body was chipped in several places. Ultimately, it was just a common weapon. It couldn't even be considered a Tier 1 black-grade treasure. It found it hard to resist Lionel's own strength, let alone those of his enemy. If it wasn't for Spear Domain's recovery feature, and the protective shield provided by Lionel's spear force, it would have already broken down long ago. Lionel looked up. He noticed the look of fear the demons around him had. No, that was a bit inaccurate. They weren't around him because the entire 50-meter radius of him had been completely emptied out. Lionel stood there, a halo of violet bronze above his head, and a crown etched onto his forehead. His bronze hair billowed in the wind, his piercing violet-red eyes seemingly tearing through the void. He was covered in blood of all colors from head to toe. It was hard to tell who the true demon was. Chapter 246. A shocked hush came over the battlefield. It wasn't that it was truly quiet. The clash of weapons, the cry of men, the stomping of hooves, they were all still there. However, there was a hard-to-describe stillness to the atmosphere. Lionel was deep within enemy territory, standing all alone. It should have been a dangerous situation. He should have been scratching and clawing just to keep his own life. Yet, the truth was that he stood all alone, the surrounding space around him littered with corpses. A deep breath sunk into Lionel's lungs. He felt his force nodes throbbing, recovering his stamina at unimaginable speeds. His stamina was already frightening after activating his nodes. He could only imagine what level it would reach once he formed his 9th and 10th. Bang! The ground Lionel stood on heavily shook. He looked up calmly from his thoughts to find the massive Minotaur demon lord standing before him, his bloodied axe leaving a massive fissure in the ground. In the distance, Lancelot frowned. He was still a distance from Lionel. There was nothing he could do about this. For one, Lionel had rushed forward first. Secondly, Lancelot couldn't be as free-spirited as Lionel. He had an army to lead. If he broke free and charged forward alone, it wouldn't have been impossible to already catch up with Lionel. However, as things stood now, it was impossible for him to abandon his men for one Lionel. At the same time, he was still greatly worried. Lionel was a great talent. It would be a massive blow to Camelot if he were to fall here. Though Lionel had been chopping down demon generals like weeds, it had to be said that demon lords had an average strength just marginally below that of the Knights of the Round Table and the Magi of Camelot. This was just their average strength. The top echelon of them didn't lose out to the best Camelot had to offer by much at all. In fact, aside from King Arthur, the top 3 Knights of the Round Table and Pope Margrave, they were stronger than anything Camelot had to offer. Lancelot knew the 3 demon lords that had come this time. Though their abilities weren't so exaggerated, they weren't the worst of the demon lords either. They could be ranked within the middle echelons of the demon army. That was enough to be as strong as some of the weaker Magi and Knights of the Round Table. The Minotaur that just landed before Lionel was Demon Lord Gorgo. He was ranked 26th amongst the demon lords and had astounding power. How could Lancelot not be worried? Little baby boy, I've never met someone as eager to die as you. Lionel didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he couldn't hear Gorgo's words at all. The beating of his heart was growing wilder. His blood rushed through his veins like rushing tides. He felt as though a waterfall was crashing through his body, one capable of shattering rocks and drowning whales. It was to the point that even the demon lord before him could faintly hear it. Lionel brandished his spear. As though he didn't know fear, he looked up at the Minotaur that stood almost a full meter taller than him, his piercing violet-red eyes tearing through his veil of superiority with indifference. Gorgo laughed, his mouth spreading open to reveal 2 neat rows of pearly white teeth. They were so clear that Lionel could have even seen his own reflection should he have wanted to. However, this laughter wasn't jovial in the slightest. I don't like that look in your eyes, little baby boy. Why don't I gouge them out for you? Gorgo slowly raised his axe, his aura imposing and looming. Even compared to Lionel's own, it didn't seem to lose out in the slightest. But after a moment it became clear why. Gorgo's aura was an aggregation of killing intent. Lionel's own was nothing but an intense will toward competition. While it seemed Gorgo's matched Lionel's, this was only because of its sinister attribute. It made it more memorable. This was compared to Lionel's, which was a rich, steady stream. It was like comparing 2 dishes. One might have a potent smell to it, but it wouldn't necessarily taste better. However, the Minotaur didn't seem to realize any of this. In his mind, this was only right. How could his own aura lose out to this baby boy? He was a mighty demon lord. Ants like Lionel were destined to fall beneath his blade. At that moment, the battle axe reached its apex. Lionel's eyes narrowed, sweeping one of his feet backward to sink into a steady stance. Shuu. The bloodied axe descended. It tore about the wind and left a whistling streak of air in its wake, seeking to tear Lionel in half. Lionel felt his heart thump. Countless calculations streamed through his mind. In the end, he found that dodging this strike was actually impossible. The strike seemed simple, but it actually cut off all paths of retreat. It felt like the blade was a void, sucking everything toward it without regard. It took Lionel only a moment to realize that this must be a special ability of the Minotaur. There shouldn't be abilities in this world, but that didn't mean that there weren't creatures born with special characteristics. Or in this case, demon lords who practiced special force techniques. Without a choice, Lionel poured everything he had into his spear. Reinforce. Harden. Earthen armor. A violent wind surged around Lionel, quickly coalescing into scales of earth that formed a metallic sheen of armor around his arm and spear. Lionel's back and arm flexed, his bronze runes pulsing with life. He stabbed upward, meeting the descending axe without the slightest hint of fear. Lancelot's eyes widened. He had actually feared that Lionel wouldn't retreat. That would fall right into Gorgo's hands. But meeting him head-on was also not the greatest option either. Gorgo was simply too strong. Bang! Lionel's spear bent like a bow, his knees bending under the strain of the strike. Bang! The battle axe continued, but Lionel had taken advantage of the small delay to step outside its range, barely dodging the blade. Snap! Lionel's spear couldn't withstand the strain. Even after being protected by Lionel's magic, it snapped in two, one of its halves rebounding into the air and spinning wildly. Gorgo took several steps back. It might very well have been more had his axe not sliced against the ground, slowing his momentum. As though in shock, Gorgo looked toward his axe, then back toward Lionel, his gaze growing serious. The second half of Lionel's spear fell to the ground, not even having enough strength to pierce the earth. Lionel could only sigh. This spear was truly too weak. And he hadn't quite learned how to integrate his metal synergy with his spear force just yet. Little baby boy, it seems you have some skill. But what are you going to do without your weapon? Gorgo's sneer deepened as he slowly walked forward, regaining his calm. Lionel remained calm. It was as though he hadn't heard Gorgo's words at all. The rushing of his blood was only growing. That single strike. It wasn't enough. Lionel put the half that remained of his spear away, calmly tracing the band of his spatial bracelet in a somewhat absent-minded manner. Then, as though a magician, he pinched with 2 fingers, slowly pulling as a new spear manifested itself. The clang of rattling chains grated against the ear as a long, black polearm was pulled from Lionel's spatial bracelet. Though it was just an illusion of the mind, it felt as though it was endlessly long, as though there would never come a point where its pull stopped. However, soon Lionel had pulled it out completely. The chains around its black body continued to rattle, even with its butt remaining planted on the ground. It stood more than a head taller than Lionel, its flat, shimmering blade being almost 2 feet long alone. Lionel swept the spear forward, causing the banging of the chains to become even more grating. Even without touching the ground, its sharpness left an arc on the cracked land before Lionel, as though marking his territory. He looked up and met Gorgo's eyes. His gaze seemed to say all that needed to be said. Come. Chapter 247. Spear Domain. It was a treasure the likes of which only 3 others existed. It was a land of spears and spearmen that ruled over eras and generations. This was Spear Domain. After awakening his wisdom branch, Lionel's spirit skyrocketed. So it was no surprise that the distance he could walk within Spear Domain had also, likewise, increased by a large measure. The hidden world of Spear Domain was separated into several peaks. In the beginning, Lionel thought that these were simply separations of weak to strong. But the truth wasn't so simple. To understand Spear Domain, one must understand the Spear Domain lineage factor. This bloodline allows one to pour all of one's skill into a single spear. No matter what abilities you have or gain, it becomes possible to perfectly integrate it into one's spear force. This accumulative spear force becomes layered and slowly grows more and more powerful over time. Eventually, if one walks to the end of Spear Domain and reaches the highest peak, forming a spear that encompasses all, it would be possible to stand atop the universe. Therein lies the truth behind these peaks of Spear Domain. Every previous owner of Spear Domain would form a peak. The penultimate weapon of their lifetimes would be pierced into this peak, while all the spears surrounding the base of it represented all the styles and techniques they integrated into their own. The black spear in Lionel's hands now, the very one with dangling black chains clattering amidst a silent battlefield, was the spear of the first peak. The primitive woman and primitive man were both spears that could only surround the base of its peak. Gorgo felt his heart palpitate when his gaze landed on Lionel's spear. It felt like he was staring at the sovereign of an era, an impossibly tall mountain crashing down toward him. It was just the first peak of the smallest hill. In fact, Lionel counted that there were hundreds of hills within Spear Domain that shared the same height as the hill he pulled this spear from. And those were just the ones in his line of vision. Yet even it was able to make Gorgo's knees go weak. This weapon. In the distance, the zombie demon lord locked eyes on Lionel's spear, his heart involuntarily palpitating. Greed lit his rotting eyes. Even with his status, he had never seen such a powerful weapon. In fact, he doubted that even Lord Modred's weapon could match the one in Lionel's hand right now. The black spear was a quasi-bronze treasure just half a step away from becoming a true bronze treasure. It was no wonder others were reacting like this, but Lionel wasn't thinking about such things at all. He was entirely focused on the task at hand. The spear in his hand weighed just over 100 pounds. The amount of focus he needed to control it was far more than any other weapon he had ever wielded before. However, at the same time, it made his blood boil endlessly. He felt that in just a few more strikes, the companion that had followed him for so many decades would meet its end right here. Damn it! Gorgo shouted in his mind. How had he been so unlucky to come across such an abnormal little baby boy? Even the weapon he wielded was heavier than his own. Suddenly, Lionel's spear tip shook, a faint light coating its surface. Gorgo's expression changed. Reacting quickly, he used his axe to protect his chest. PCHU. Crack. A pain trembled Gorgo's heart. He watched as Lionel's spear embedded itself into his axe. Though it didn't pass all the way through, such a crack meant the end of a weapon. Gorgo explosively retreated beneath the shocked gazes of the armies around. Others may not know it, but after today they surely would. The reason Lionel lost so badly to Lamorak wasn't just because of his crystallized force, but also because his weapon couldn't hold a candle to the Grand Knights. Though Lionel would have still lost had he had this spear back then, it wouldn't have been so quickly. And now that he had begun to crystallize his own force, and had such a weapon in hand, he had no intention of losing to the demon lord before him. Boy, I'll go all out with you. A dense black force erupted around Gorgo. It felt as though his body had become the center of a black hole, causing everything to surge toward him. Wind whipped around wildly. If it wasn't for the fact Lionel was holding such a heavy spear, he might have been sent flying toward the Minotaur demon lord as well. Lionel's eyes shone. This must be a night technique of this world. Chapter 248. Lionel was just one person. With his ability, he was able to split his mind and study many things at once, but even then he only had one body. There were only so many things he could do at once. In truth, he was already lucky to have set aside some time to gain the acknowledgement of the spear in his hand currently. He still remembered the feeling of his soul shearing apart beneath its presence. However, no matter how much of an advantage his ability gave him, he couldn't master everything. To now, he had mastered all the abilities the Mage Academy had to offer him in terms of mage arts. But he still hadn't had time to study the Path of Knights. Seeing Gorgo explode like this before him, it reaffirmed his will to dig up all the secrets of this world. What remained of Lionel's robes billowed beneath the wind. He could already feel his arms slightly aching beneath the pressure. This wasn't due to Gorgo's strikes, but rather because he wasn't used to using such a heavy weapon. To the current Lionel, lifting 100 pounds wasn't a problem. In fact, this was simple even for an average male. However, lifting a weight and using a weapon of such heft were two completely different concepts. Bang! Gorgo's armor cracked and shattered into several pieces, spiraling into every which direction like the shrapnel of a grenade. His bulging muscles flexed beneath the influx of energy surging toward him, veins of pumping blood racing across his skin like crimson serpents. He raised his axe into the air. But his target wasn't Lionel at all. Instead, he slammed the flat of the blade over his knee, shattering the blade along the line of the damage Lionel had caused. The resulting weapon was sinister beyond belief. The irregular, jagged edge looked like the jaws of a demon bearing down from above. Shoo! The axe left trails of sliced wind in its path as it descended. Its irregular edge caused the air to bend and twist, making it sound as though a ghastly flute was being blown. Lionel's gaze burned with fighting intent. His spear force coated the 2-foot-long flat blade of his spear as he pierced forward without regard. Bang! 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 The blood in Lionel's body rolled with every collision. It was clear to anyone observing that Lionel had greater strength, and that even his movement was a measure better. However, his technique was simply too lacking. Every strike of Gorgo seemed to contain a mysterious air to it. His strikes uniquely flowed from one stance to another, achieving a smooth resonance that allowed him to lose himself in battle. However, Lionel's movements lacked variation. He continuously calculated and responded with a strong pierce again and again, but this was all. He could only rely on his ability to make up for his lack of skill, but against a truly strong enemy, such a thing would be useless. Like this, Gorgo and Lionel fell into a stalemate, neither one gaining an advantage over the other. And with Gorgo's weapon having been broken once before, breaking it again after it shrunk in size was several levels more difficult. In the distance, Lancelot was beginning to grow worried, even more so than he had been before. This boy, doesn't he know that a spear can do more than pierce? How could Lancelot know that all of Lionel's skill came from the primitive man and woman? The primitive man only taught him how to bring out the full potential of his body with every strike, but the primitive woman's fighting technique was entirely reliant on a piercing motion. The primitive woman's spear had a modified blade in the shape of a prism. This made its piercing power incredibly strong, almost like the stinger of a bee, but as a result, it lost its ability to perform the other kinds of strikes. Due to his inexperience, Lionel took a battle that he most assuredly should have won and turned it into a struggle. Even still, Lionel didn't take a single step back. In fact, his indifferent expression began to crack, shimmering with hints of happiness. His eyes grew more focused. Ignoring the aching of his arms, he pierced forward again and again as though he didn't know fatigue. Just when Lionel was about to lose himself in battle, he frowned. An instinct that came from the depths of his heart suddenly trembled. Lionel didn't need to look to know what happened. His internal sight was too sharp. He felt the eyes of the two demon lords locked onto him. The sudden feeling was almost as though his head had been dunked into a vat of ice and water. He had almost forgotten that he was on a battlefield. Venting his frustration was fine, but burning himself out to the point of running on empty would be like asking for death. My spearmanship is too lacking. I need to absorb the experiences of more of the spears surrounding the base of this peak spear. Lionel took a deep breath. With his fatigue growing, his rolling blood was also losing its control over him. Even the violet red of his eyes began to slowly fade. Others could sense this. In fact, the sharpness of the two remaining demon lords grew. The only demon lord that wasn't inwardly celebrating was Gorgo. How could he? His state was even sorrier than Lionel's. However, Lionel wasn't worried. His body might have reached its limit, but his ethereal glabella was still filled to the brim with soul force. I should end this. Grand gravity warp. Layering arts. Demon Lord Gorgo was caught completely off guard. He had completely forgotten that Lionel was a mage. Or maybe he hadn't forgotten, but maybe had assumed that Lionel's magic fell far short of his spearmanship. However, reality was cruel. Reaching the end of his stamina, Gorgo's legs trembled and he heavily fell to his knees. His axe failed to block Lionel's following spear strike, causing his collarbone to be run through completely. Lionel's spear force was so sharp that an invisible blade ran through the Minotaur's body, exiting his shoulder blade, and running through the ground behind his kneeling figure. The zombie and skeleton demon lord were stunned by this sudden change of events. They had just been waiting for an opportune time to strike. How had the situation reversed so suddenly? At that moment, having used Lionel's forward momentum to their benefit, Camelot's army had already cut down a large portion of the demon army. Before, it would have been worth it to take advantage of Lionel's situation. But if Lionel still had so much strength left to fight, it was simply impossible to try and benefit now. With a placid expression, the zombie demon lord signaled with his hand, causing loud, blaring horns to sound. Like a tide, the demons began to retreat, not sparing a glance toward Gorgo, who had yet to breathe his last breath. Chapter 249. A little baby boy actually dares to hold back while fighting me. Gorgo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his once pearly white teeth becoming covered in a sheen of crimson. Lionel's gaze met the Minotaur demon lord's. Although Gorgo was on his knees now, he was so tall to begin with that Lionel could only look him in the eye. It wasn't that Lionel was looking down on Gorgo, it was rather that Lionel himself was too strong. Because of this, his actual fighting prowess had stagnated. During his studies in the Mage Academy, Lionel had learned a lot. His dreamscape was filled to the brim with mage textbooks and manuals of all kinds. But if he were to separate them into groups and point out which had the largest percentage of theories written about it, there was no doubt in his mind that it would be battle sense. To a mage, There were things more important than how many spells you knew and how powerful your spells were. What stood above that was timing, situation, and execution. Every mage art took time to cast. When a mage art was ultimately cast, it would impact the environment and change the situation around the next mage art. And every mage art took a good portion of one's spirit pressure to cast. Ultimately, between knights and mages, mages were particularly worried about battle sense and efficiency. If one had poor battle sense, it was very possible for a weaker mage to defeat a stronger one. How a mage economized their spirit pressure, how they prepared spells in battle, building up with short casts to longer ones, and even down to the angles to which they pointed their wands were all important aspects of battle sense. This realization ingrained one thing in Lionel's mind. He was still too weak. Before, he hadn't realized how much of a grip this thought had on his heart, until he realized just how much his loss to Lamorak had affected him. But now he couldn't have been more clear. To the current Lionel, defeating Gorgo by relying on his combination mage and spearman abilities held no meaning. The only reason he resorted to it in those final moments was because he felt that if he continued, his life would be in jeopardy. This was maybe the first time in his life that Lionel was truly faced with his own weakness. He couldn't help but have thoughts of what would happen to him if he was less talented. Such a thing left him feeling greatly uncomfortable in his heart. It was an emotion he didn't quite understand how to reconcile with. Lionel's spear pulled out from Gorgo's collarbone and struck down again. This time he pierced his heart. As Gorgo's life faded, so too did Lionel's blazing aura. His runes dimmed and sunk into his skin, and his violet-red eyes slowly faded to its usual pale green. A wave of fatigue overwhelmed Lionel. His breathing couldn't help but grow heavy. He was only barely able to counter the side effects of his metal synergy lineage factor after reaching the weak state. But his body still felt heavy. Of course, it also didn't help that his new weapon was over 100 pounds either. My force and soul force are still at over 70% capacity, yet my body can't keep up. Lionel frowned. He felt like a headless chicken. He was always coming up with issues he could work on, but he never had a perfect solution for any of them. He needed more knowledge. The Mage Academy had a limited amount of information on matters related to the body, but the Knight Academy should be different. Lionel turned around to hear the stomping hooves of a band of horses. The first sight he saw was Lancelot's stern face, carrying a lance bloodied by battle. Lionel smiled somewhat bitterly. He didn't have much experience in battle, but it was pretty much common knowledge that rules and regulations were extremely important on the battlefield. He had acted without regard for consequences earlier, but that didn't mean that there wouldn't be any. However, Lionel wasn't stupid either. Mages were a special circumstance. Usually, the more powerful a mage, the less restricted they were by the rules of the army. For example, Leonis, as a light mage, traveled around the battlefield to where he was needed. So, Lionel wasn't too worried about punishment. It was just that he fought too much like a knight, so it was easy for those watching to forget he was a mage. Lancelot saw Lionel's calm expression, and his lip couldn't help but twitch. This boy, couldn't he at least pretend to be afraid? Though Lancelot thought this and even tried to think of ways to make Lionel suffer a small loss, he soon remembered that he actually didn't have any power to punish Lionel. This feeling left him quite stifled. In truth, he was thankful to Lionel. Though he was confident that they would have won the battle anyway, it most definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Demons were different from humans. Their population of warriors was far higher despite the fact the overall population of humans outstripped them. As a result, they were uncaring about casualties and usually attacked in waves, whittling down their stamina for weeks and months on end. Due to this, the demons had an overall losing record against humans, but in the grand scheme, it was actually humans who were on the losing end. Something like winning with so few casualties, and even taking down a demon lord at the same time, was of great benefit to Camelot. Just as Lancelot was thinking of how to deal with Lionel without appearing too weak and forgiving, a scout suddenly rushed to the front line. "Sir Lancelot. Urgent tidings." Lancelot frowned. They just finished a several-hour-long battle. What could it possibly be now? "Speak," Lancelot finally said. "This." The messenger looked toward Lionel and hesitated. The other knights around Lancelot were his respected guards. No commander would enter a battlefield alone, they would always have death guards around them. The first priority of these death guards was to ensure the safety of the commander. This was all to say that while it was all right for such trusted subordinates to hear this message, Lionel was an unknown factor. The scout's hesitancy just went to show how important the message was. "It's all right, speak." The scout took a deep breath. "I come from the number 15 small barrack just northwest of here. We've been overrun by demons and are seeking assistance." Lancelot frowned. Sir Lancelot. The information from the first scout hadn't even settled in before another messenger suddenly crossed onto the battlefield. A bad premonition suddenly struck the Knight of the Round Table. Chapter 250. In the border region, the forts were separated into small and large barracks. There were a total of 99 small barracks and 9 large barracks. All small barracks were headed by 3-star Grand Knights while all large barracks were headed by Knights of the Round Table in shifts. With this sort of setup, it was obvious that every large barrack had 11 small barracks under their charge. However, what Lancelot could have never expected was for 6 of his small barracks to suddenly come out and ask for help like this. Lancelot frowned. He had thought that the demons retreated a bit too easily. Though Lionel was putting a lot of pressure on them, it was also obvious that Lionel had been reaching the end of his rope. On top of that, they allowed one of the demon lords to die too easily. Unless... Lancelot's heart trembled. Others might not know why the demon lords were insistent on keeping their numbers at 66, but Lancelot was very much aware. Lioness had explained it to Lionel perfunctorily, but how could such a thing not have a deep, underlying reason for it? The truth was that just like paladins of Pope Margrave, much of the strength of the demon lords were gained directly from Madrid. The balance of this shared power was perfect when there were 66 of them. However, when there was an additional demon lord, that balance would be lost. This wasn't as simple as there not being enough darkness internal strength. Madrid's power was beyond imagining. If the Pope could have hundreds of paladins, it obviously wasn't a problem for Madrid to have hundreds of demon lords. The issue lied in the properties of dark internal strength. Or rather, in the property of Madrid's dark internal strength. This kind of internal strength was exceptionally volatile and difficult to control. In addition, it had a negative influence on one's ethereal glabella, and by extension one's soul force. As a result, whenever there was an imbalance in demon lords, their strength took a dive as a collective. That was right. Demon Lord Gorgo was about 10% weaker than his peak form when he was fighting Lionel for this very reason. One might ask then, why would Lancelot allow Lionel to kill Gorgo then? Wouldn't it benefit Camelot if this imbalance continued? Well, the answer to that was obvious. What use would there be if Camelot went out of their way to not kill demon lords just to keep this imbalance? It might have been possible to capture and imprison Gorgo today, but would it always be so simple? Demon lords weren't stupid. And things also weren't so straightforward either. For one, Mordred could dispel the powers of a demon lord whenever she so wished. Even if Gorgo was captured, if the demon army came to be at a disadvantage, Mordred could easily snatch Gorgo's strength from a distance. Secondly, even if Camelot went out of their way to capture and not kill demon lords, these were demons they were talking about. Why wouldn't they just kill amongst themselves until their numbers were balanced once again? Before, Lioness had silently thought that this all-out attack and this chaos was exactly what Mordred wanted. And he was likely correct. Even if Mordred protected the newly appointed demon lord, if the demon lords were so eager for balance, couldn't they just kill one another? Yet, instead of simply picking a new target, the demons chose to launch an all-out offensive against Camelot. If Lancelot's thoughts were correct, then it was very likely that his large barracks weren't the only ones to receive so many SOS calls at once. It may be that the entire border region was lit with flames of war. When his trail of thoughts reached this point, Lancelot sucked in a cold breath. Was Mordred really prepared to act again after so many years? Last time she acted, a hint of pain flashed by through Lancelot's gaze. It wasn't a pain of the flesh, but rather one of the heart. It seemed that whatever memories he was thinking of deeply scarred him. Lionel didn't know about any of this insider information. He only watched silently as Lancelot's expression changed several times. He thought himself to be good at reading human emotion, but whatever Lancelot was thinking of was way beyond his means to comprehend. After a while, Lancelot took in a deep breath. Alec, Pierce, Bran, Ahmad, Jeffroy, Hammond, you'll lead your troops to support the small barracks. Lionel's eyes couldn't help but flicker toward Pierce. He was the very same man who had two exceptionally long swords strapped to the sides of his horse. Lionel had paid a small bit of attention toward him during the battle. His skill could only be described as frightening. Originally, Lionel had thought him to be one of the Knights of the Round Table as well. But by his name, it was obvious that he wasn't. Who is he exactly? Lionel had no idea. Lancelot continued to give out orders. You scouts will second messages back to the remaining small barracks. Have them all retreat back here. I have a feeling that things won't end so simply. Also, someone call our beast mage here. Have him send out several hawks to the other large barracks. Inform them of my decision. A beast mage, from Lionel's readings, was a mage without affinity. They were essentially a mental mage, just like Ellis, except they focused on mental manipulation magic that worked on low-intelligence creatures. Their strength wasn't very great, so they were often restricted to roles much like the order Lancelot just gave out. As for the rest of you, rest and prepare for battle. The two remaining enemies we face are Demon Lord Dagon and Coyote. Dagon is famous for his night raids. This isn't the time to let our guards down. A heavy expression colored Lancelot's features. Demon Lord Dagon was the skeleton demon with prisoner steel balls strapped to his wrists and ankles. While Gorgo had been ranked in the low 20s, he had broken into the top 20. However, Demon Lord Coyote was even more mysterious. While Lancelot had some information about Dagon's tendencies, he knew next to nothing about Coyote, the zombie demon lord. Whether it was his strength or personality, they were all just mere guesses. Lancelot had a feeling that the reason they retreated so easily was to divert his attention to the small barracks. Now that half of their forces had to leave, their situation during the next battle could be imagined. Lionel calmly watched this from start to finish, his mind as placid as a calm lake. Chapter 251. Lionel entered the abode setting of the segmented cube. Without much thought, he made his way to the bathhouse and dove into a serene pool of water. The soothing waters felt so good that a moan almost escaped his lips. Lionel floated in the waters, looking up at the beautifully crafted ceilings of the bathhouse. Whoever it was who constructed this treasure was a true genius. Lionel could hardly make crafts with 5 or so parts. He couldn't imagine the number needed to make a treasure of this level. In truth, Lionel was quite used to the aches of his body. He was a student athlete, after all. Compared to others, he was far more ready for this new world order. He had always been in tip-top shape. But, being a good sprinter didn't mean you were a good long-distance runner. And being a good long-distance runner didn't mean you could run the 400-meter race. There were different aspects to being an athlete, and not all forms of endurance were the same. Lionel thought himself to be a great athlete, but a single battle had completely shredded his body. The good news was that Lionel felt that just an hour or two would be enough to recover thanks to this pool. The bad news was that he wouldn't always have time to recover. Lionel activated the nodes in the walls of his heart. His heartbeat quickened, causing the run of blood throughout his body to accelerate, thus speeding up his recovery process. The blood was exceptionally important to recovery. Whenever one was injured, it would be the first responder in every case. This was the reason why bruises swelled and torn muscles reddened. After opening his 7th and 8th nodes, Lionel gained access to this ability. It should be safe in here, Lionel thought to himself. Minor heal. A rush of wind surrounded Lionel and a soft glow of light enveloped his body. In just a few minutes, Lionel's body recovered to its peak state. Since he could recover so quickly, there was no need to wait. This situation was too dangerous to waste time in. Interesting. Lionel felt that his strength ticked up by a measure. In addition, his body also more thoroughly absorbed the herb or essence he had been refining. So if I break down my muscles and use minor heal on them, I can train faster. Minor heal was actually a 1-star magus art despite its humble title. It was because of his ability to cast this that Leonis was so valued. If the prince knew that Lionel thought to use it just to enhance his training speed, who knows how he would react? My mind is erratic and all over the place. Lionel stood up from the bath, cleaning himself off and putting on another robe. He didn't like the style of dress of this world very much, but he had no choice. I need a focus, a plan, a goal. If I keep going like this, I'll aimlessly wander around and fail to live up to my potential. In Lionel's life, there had never really been anything in his control. His profession was chosen for him, his meal plans and training schedule was set out for him, and he never truly figured out what he wanted to do in life. It was no wonder he seemed to be going on aimlessly. This was the first time he had no choice but to take charge. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of information, but he realized after battle today that this wasn't good enough. It was alright that he wanted to learn everything he could about this world, but what would he do with that information? How would he execute with this new knowledge? What goal was he trying to reach? That feeling he had had before the battle begun. That stifling feeling that made him feel uncomfortable to the depths of his soul. It was the first time Lionel grasped on something he wanted for himself. This wasn't about his father. This wasn't about Aina. This was something that he, Lionel Morales, wanted for himself. If he couldn't beat Lamorak into the ground, he would never feel at ease. Lionel entered the lab setting. In this world, he had always had to be exceptionally careful about using the segmented cube, so he had rarely entered it. If it wasn't because the large barracks were in turmoil, preparing for war, and as such had no time to mind him, he wouldn't have dared to even now. Lionel cast a glance toward the snow globes and frowned. Something feels off about this atmosphere? After a moment, Lionel realized what it was. There was a density of dark elemental force in the air. Understanding this, Lionel didn't pay it any more mind. The border region had a higher concentration of this energy. It wasn't surprising that the segmented cube, which was always absorbing and purifying force for Lionel's use, would react in this way to such an environment. Lionel sat at his crafting table. The more time he spent near it, the more he realized that this odd desk with different-sized wells on it was most definitely a treasure in its own right. But Lionel hadn't quite reached a level where he could dig out its secrets. What I need is a focus structure. I've already learned all I can about mage arts. The only thing holding me back in that regard is the crystallization of my spirit pressure. Though Lionel could cast magus arts now, their power was lacking in comparison to true magi. This wasn't something he could fix in a short time. After all, magi spend decades meditating to crystallize their spirit pressure. It was something only time could do. Of course, Lionel's meditation was far more beneficial than one might expect. He suspected that it would only take a year or two to crystallize his spirit to an extreme. Once that happened, his combat prowess would be enough to run through this world unimpeded. As such, Lionel made a decision. After awakening the wisdom branch, I could split my mind 6 ways. After crystallizing my soul force a bit, I can do so 8 ways now. I'll save 1 to focus on meditation. As for the remaining 7, Lionel crossed his legs and closed his eyes. He used one of his 8 minds to meditate, another to monitor the situation outside the segmented cube, and as for the remaining 6, he sent them all into the spear domain. Lionel's mind appeared within the dark world. Rolling clouds thunders above his head and pale black-gray earth crunched beneath his feet. At this moment, he stood at the peak of a large hill, a familiar black spear wrapped in chain before him. The immediate surroundings of this spear was empty, as though showing reverence to its superiority. The other spears that dotted this hill were at least 3 meters away. This was the first peak of spear domain that Lionel had conquered. But he knew he hadn't done so correctly. One's spirit was only meant to be auxiliary in this world. The main strength should have been his spear force. If it wasn't for his awakening his snowy star owl lineage factor, Lionel would have no right to stand in this place, and the spear before him seemed to understand this as well. This standoffishness placed a veil between Lionel and the spear, making it more difficult for him to comprehend the secrets surrounding it. Lionel smiled lightly. You're quite an arrogant spear. There are hundreds on your level in this world, yet you still have such pride. As though hearing the taunting nature of Lionel's words, the spear vibrated slightly, but didn't do much else. It was as though it disdained to respond. But Lionel didn't mind. There are 2,879 spears that make up the foundation for your spear domain. I'll start at the bottom just like you want me to. It won't be long before you become obedient. With a thought, Lionel sent his mind toward the spears around the bottom of his spear peak, grasping out at 6 simultaneously. At that moment, he entered 6 different worlds and experienced 6 different lives. Chapter 252. The location was dark. It was difficult even to see one's hand even if it was placed before one's eye. Up above, the place the moon should have been was completely shrouded by dark clouds that rumbled every so often. However, even this rumbling couldn't mask the heavy breathing that pervaded the atmosphere. At that moment, a group of men and women ran with everything they had. But their speed was slow. Whether it was because of the disadvantageous terrain, or the fact they were at the end of their ropes, both were reasons. The group of 30 or so wore bits of torn linen covered in dirt and mud. It was impossible for fugitives to appear in the border region. The only explanation was that these few consciously chose to discard their armor. At that moment, one of them suddenly stumbled and fell. Kid, an older man, snapped his head around, reaching beneath the arms of the fallen knight and pulling him up. He was the only one who stopped. It wasn't that the others were callous, but rather that they were under expressed orders not to. Jejjejjejj. An eerie laughter caused the blood of the group to run cold. They dug deep, pulling all the reserve strength they had left to power forward. The forest they ran in could hardly be called as such. It looked as though a blazing fire had charred everything to ash, let alone having canopies of greenery. The various trees didn't even have branches, they were made entirely of blackened and battered trunks. It was one of the roots of these godforsaken trees that had tripped the young knight. It was quite hilarious. Even as the young knight held back tears, unable to take his eyes off of the commanding officer who had come back to save him, he too found the humor in this situation. He, a dignified 3-star official knight, had been beaten and battered to the point of tripping and falling. Not only that, but he had actually fractured his ankle and couldn't even walk on his own anymore. Captain, just leave me. Shut up, kid. You know how many sacks of potatoes twice your size I've carried in my life to reach my current strength? You're as light as a feather. Don't look down on a grand knight, rookie. The young knight was speechless. In the end, he could only chuckle and shake his head. The eerie laughter only grew with each passing moment. And, despite the blustering of the captain, he was falling further and further behind the group ahead of him. At that moment, the captain felt a sharp wind assaulting his back. With his years of trained reflexes, he didn't even need to think before he jumped to the side. He had already reached a state of his mind and actions being as one. At this point, the captain knew that it was useless to keep running. With a shing, he unsheathed his long sword, setting down the young knight that hung next to his hip. Keep running, kid. I'll hold these bastards back. The young knight clenched his teeth. Run. He probably could. If he used his force to reinforce his ankle, he could probably last another half-hour. Such a skill was something he had learned as a mere apprentice knight. The only reason the older knight hadn't allowed him to do so was because their force was already running low. If used on such a technique, his likelihood of surviving would plummet with each passing moment. But he was completely unwilling. Well, do it together, Captain. The young knight grit his teeth, his internal strength blooming and shielding the fracture in his foot. He pulled out his own sword, standing tall. The captain wanted to say something more, but the sharp wind of another arrow came forth. He stepped forward, his long sword arching beneath the night air. It became the only source of light in the darkness, drawing the arc of a beautiful crescent moon. Bang! The captain stumbled backward, his wrist quaking beneath the pressure. His expression couldn't help but change. How could an arrow have so much strength behind it? Just what was happening? Jejjejjj. At that moment, a shadow slid out from the darkness. Even though it was just a few steps away from the pair, it was difficult to see it even now. However, after a moment, the captain quivered. Demon Lord. He didn't know who it was, nor did he need to know. All he needed was his years of experience to tell just how powerful the existence before him was. The young knight felt his heart seize. Kid, I'm going to go all out. When I engage him, turn back and run as fast as you can. Don't stay here for some meaningless sacrifice. The old knight stepped forward. The means of a knight truly weren't few. Amongst them, there were even techniques that could be used to overdraw one's potential. It was precisely such a technique that the captain was planning on using now. He didn't give the young knight a chance to respond. His aura blazed, his arm bulging with muscles and wildly pulsing veins. In one motion, he hooked a hand behind the young knight, took a half spin, and sent him flying into the distance. Though he had been just blustering before, that didn't mean his words didn't have a kernel of truth to them. As a one-star Grand Knight, throwing 200 pounds a few dozen meters away wasn't a problem at all. However, what happened next left the captain stunned. Oof! The young knight should have been sent into the distance. But just as he was passing between two trees, and before he could even pick up any true momentum, he rammed into something. Hey Captain, your aim needs a little help. A light, awkward cough sounded. The trouble was that the old knight didn't recognize the voice at all. At first he shuddered. Was there another enemy he hadn't noticed? In this darkness, it truly was too difficult to see. But even then, shouldn't he have sensed an aura? Anyone who could utilize force had internal sight. It was a prerequisite. However, the internal sight of a knight was destined to be weaker than that of a mage. That said, as a Grand Knight, how could the internal sight of this captain be so weak to the point of missing someone just meters from him? That was impossible. Unless, this foe was just that much stronger than him. The captain felt a cold chill. He was already ready to die, but the direction he had thrown the young knight in was the direction the others had fled. Didn't that mean that this monstrous individual had already eliminated them all? And in that case, what was the point of his sacrifice? However, just when he was despairing, words that shocked him were spoken. Who are you? At that moment, the eerie laughter had come to a full stop. The shadow looked toward the voice that had caught the young knight as well for one simple reason. It too hadn't sensed another person until now. The sound of soft footsteps sounded as a young man vaguely came into view. To think all these light elemental luminescence arts would actually come in handy. The voice muttered to himself, his words completely lost beneath the rumbling of the dark clouds above. Number 62 Demon Lord Maugrier, is it? Come taste my spear. Lionel grinned, the whites of his teeth shimmering beneath the night sky. Chapter 253. HM? Running away. My combat strength is still lacking. Lionel was a bit dissatisfied with his performance. In truth, he could have caught up with the Demon Lord had he truly wanted to. The main issue was that the mission he was assigned was to bring these escapees back with him. It had been about half a month since the battle at the large barracks. As Lancelot had feared, the demons had indeed begun a large-scale offensive. As a result, many of the small barracks had been taken out. Due to this, the knights and mages that had been posted at these small barracks were forced into retreating, leading to the situation here today. What was surprising, though, was that a demon lord had actually personally come to chase them. Lionel didn't know if this demon lord was just bored or if there was another reason, but he couldn't fathom a true reason why a demon lord would chase after a group of 30 or so like this. What was the point? Lionel looked back to find the old and young knight looking at him with incredulous expressions. How could they not be shocked? This was a demon lord they were talking about. Even battling one to a standstill was impressive, let alone forcing one into retreat. But from Lionel's words, it sounded like he wasn't satisfied with this. Let's go, I'll bring you out of here. Lionel put away an ordinary wooden spear, facing the two knights. Why yes, the young knight managed to eke out. Compared to his captain, he was even more shocked. That was because he had been caught by Lionel earlier. According to common sense, being thrown with such force and stopping so abruptly should have hurt at least one of them if not both. Even if Lionel's strength was beyond the point of allowing him to be hurt by such a thing, at the very least, he alone should have been hurt. Yet, not only did Lionel fully stop his momentum without issue, but neither of them were injured. In the moment, he only felt that he was enveloped by a soft force. Then, he came to a stop and was rested on the ground. Such a boundary of strength. He couldn't even comprehend it. There were no limit to knights that could stop his momentum and leave unscathed. But, doing so while allowing him to remain uninjured at the same time? Even his captain was nothing but an ant before these things. The young knight blankly followed behind Lionel, his mind lost in the clouds. Captain! A group of knights ahead sighed a breath of relief when they saw their captain return safely. Numerous thankful gazes landed on Lionel. There's no time right now. Lionel waved away their thank yous. It's highly likely that there will be more enemies coming. I've cast silence on our surroundings. Don't mind the noise you're making, just run with all you have. Lionel spoke quickly. Silence. Isn't that an immobile spell? But the way this senior is talking about it, it's as though it will follow us around. How is that possible? The young knight was dumbfounded. Though he was a knight, he had trained with mages many times before. After all, knights and mages needed to work together to defend the barracks. A common spell like silence that could be used by any official mage was definitely something he was familiar with. Lionel didn't bother to explain. His internal sight had already stretched out. He realized that his previous speculations had been correct. This demon lord chased after this group alone for his own sadistic reasons, but now that Lionel was here, he had retreated to regroup with his men. It could be said that the true chase was only starting now. Trace arrow. A surge of wind surrounded Lionel. Soon, a pale blue arrow was formed, hovering about his palm. In the darkness, it was particularly striking. But it was also dim enough that it couldn't be seen from too far away. Follow this arrow and you'll be able to meet up with the others. The captain's expression changed at these words. But, I know what you want to say. You split up to begin with so that you'd be more difficult to find. But you don't need to worry about this anymore. Sir Pierce is leading his troops toward the region of your number 19 small barracks, so they won't be able to continue chasing you for long. I'm just the vanguard. The captain's eyes brightened along with his small squadrons. They thought they were finished. But it seemed that they had hope now. There was one among them that only grew more and more shocked with every word Lionel spoke, though. And that person was the young knight. Trace arrow? That spell should only be able to work if the mage is present, but the way Senior is talking about it, it's as though he doesn't need to be here at all. The range of trace arrow is extremely limited as well. Trace arrow was a tandem spell, meaning it had a partner. Trace target was a seal-type spell that Trace arrow was able to home in on. The issue was that the maximum range of this tandem spell was 1 mile. But the distance between the separated group was at least 10 times that. Or else what was the point in running separately? The young knight didn't believe for a moment that Lionel didn't know this. Just who is he at that moment? The sight of several torches approaching from the distance lit the night skies. Go now. Lionel said sternly. His carefree demeanor had vanished. Facing just one demon lord wasn't a problem. But facing one leading a squad of 50 or so was a completely different matter. However, this was the kind of challenge Lionel wanted. Without waiting for the knights behind him to respond, he shot forward. In his hand an odd spear appeared. It was about 2 meters long, a normal length for such a weapon, albeit shorter than Lionel's spear-peak black spear. However, this wasn't the true oddity. Normally, a spear's blade would only be a small percentage of the length of the weapon. But this spear was vastly different. Its blade was a third of the length of the spear. Lionel brandished the spear, casting shining eyes on his irises. In that moment, his vision and internal sight superimposed, giving him a clear vision of everything happening on the forest floor that night. His gaze flashed with determination, his dreamscape flashing with arcs of lightning as several spear styles began to coalesce in his mind. Chapter 254. Jejejejej. I've never understood humans, always doing such brainless things. Malgrier was a bit stunned when he noticed Lionel running back toward him. He had suffered no small loss at Lionel's hands just earlier. He had even felt the scent of death. If it wasn't because this boy was too inexperienced in combat, failing to take proper account of their combat environment, he would have died here. But he could have never expected that Lionel would come rushing back after he was prepared. He had been gloomy previously, thinking that he would have long since lost track of Lionel. But it seemed like he would have his chance at revenge after all. Wall. When Maugreer realized that Lionel hadn't even paused his steps, he grew serious. He had no intention of facing up against Lionel directly. One shouldn't mistake Maugreer's reaction as fear. After all, he was an archer. It was only normal that Lionel would be able to force him to suffer a loss in close combat. Now that he was prepared, he could almost already see Lemuel's corpse. What this number 62 ranked demon lord didn't know that while he saw Lionel as easy prey, Lionel saw him as a fighting dummy, ready to help refine his skills. While others could only see shadows in this place, Lionel saw everything reflected into his mind perfectly. He could see the shadow like Maugreer sneakily drawing his bow. He could see the vanguard of shield warriors blocking his path. He could even see the dark insects crawling along the ground. Nothing escaped his notice. Lionel's force bloomed. Bang! 7 shield warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, slamming their tower shields into the ground and blocking Lionel's path forward. At this moment, it became clear that Maugreer didn't care about the other escaping warriors. Killing one Lionel was worth far more than killing 1,000 such knights. Lionel's memories flashed. In his mind, he saw a valiant man with dark blonde hair that whisked along his face and jaw like the mane of a lion. He wore heavy bronze armor, his every step causing the earth to quake. His heavy spear bent beneath the weight of its own blade, making it exceptionally top-heavy. Yet, the valiant man outstretched it with a single hand, bearing the entire weight with his strong wrists. Lionel could sense the overbearing aura of the man. Even if he stood against an army of 1,000 alone, he would face it with a jovial laugh. When this man walked, the earth shook. When he laughed, the clouds dispersed. When he attacked, the skies split. Lionel's back flexed, his image and the image of the man in his mind fusing into one. The crackling booms of his tendons reverberated through the night sky. Maugreer didn't even have time to draw back his first arrow. Boom! Lionel's body and spear drew a line in the air. For a moment, their momentum became one. It was once again a pierce. However, compared to the fluttering speed of the primitive woman, this pierce was indomitable. It was as though it would shear through any obstacle before it, not even pausing before the might of a god. Lionel's spear tip tore into the middle tower shield. As though it was slammed by a cannonball or punched by a Goliath, a massive dent appeared at its center. The shield warrior cried out in pain as he felt the arm supporting his tower shield bend against the distorted metal. It was as though his arm was molded into a semisphere, grinded into complete mush. A gap appeared amidst the shield warriors as their fellow soldier was sent flying. Like a bullet leaving a barrel, he tore through the night air, crashing into the reserve warriors by Maugreer's side. Despite the shock, Maugreer was still a demon lord. He didn't hesitate to loose 3 arrows in quick succession when he saw that the situation was bad. However, what Lionel feared the least were projectiles with predictable trajectories. The battlefield reflected in his mind. Before Maugreer even released the first arrow, Lionel already knew where it would land. As though he was a ghost, Lionel shifted away with simple steps. His memories flashed once more. He saw a woman of strong features. Despite the fact she wasn't the most beautiful, she had a charm that gripped the hearts of men. But she also held a spear that took the hearts of men. Her speed was so blinding that the last thing her enemies sensed before their death wasn't pain, nor the sight of her figure, but rather the fragrance of her fluttering hair. A rich smell of apple. It assaulted Lionel's senses again and again as though she was right before him at this very moment. Her spear was as light as a feather and as flexible as a whip. She reaped lives with a thought and traveled through the world unhindered. Lionel's toe lightly descended to the ground the moment he dodged the last spear. For an instant, it seemed as though he would flutter to the ground like a leaf, but in the next instant he vanished. His movement speed was impossibly quick. His body shot forward like a streaking arrow, appearing before the line of protection before Maugreer. He braced his spear against his body before sweeping it out horizontally from himself. His spear became like the whipping tail of a mighty beast. It left an arc of blood in the air, shearing apart half a dozen demons at the waist. Such carnage was something even Lionel had never seen before. In the past, he always killed his opponents with a simple pierce. The blood was minimal and the wound was small. This was the most powerful attack of the spear currently in his possession. Its exceptionally long blade was purposely designed for this express purpose. And now, there was no one but Maugreer before him. Maugreer reacted quickly. In the face of death, his expression, hidden beneath his hood, remained calm. Demon lords weren't fish on a chopping block. No matter how much improvement Lionel had made, it wasn't enough to treat such a character so casually, especially when it had only been half a month since his battle with Gorgo. The twang of a bowstring being continuously pulled and released caused Lionel's ears to twitch. Maugreer's actions were so fast that Lionel's eyes, even with the support of his mage art, couldn't keep up. The distance between the two was just 10 meters. To take on the full barrage of arrows at this distance, anyone else would have had their deaths guaranteed. But while Lionel's eyes couldn't keep up, that didn't mean his internal sight was in the same situation. The trajectory of Maugreer's arrows had already been projected into his mind. Just when Lionel was about to dodge just as easily, his expression changed. The trajectories he had predicted were off. Chapter 255. Though it was only by a few centimeters, the overall result would be far different than what he anticipated. Lionel's blood boiled and his spine ran cold. In such a threatening situation, he grew more focused, his thinking speed accelerating so quickly that time seemed to slow. In an instant, Lionel zipped through all of the potential countermeasures he had and responded with the best. Bang! His foot slammed into the ground, a swirl of wind and oppressive spirit pressure surging around him. Earthen wall. Layering arts. Harden. It was impossible to cast a spell so quickly, even for Lionel. An arrow crossing 10 meters was the matter of a blink of an eye. But even Lionel's fastest cast would take a full second. However, it was then Lionel's dreamscape flashed, sending out a branch of lightning. In the core of it all, a book stood, fostering a mage's battle sense. In fact, it wasn't just the book, but a specific chapter by the title of Spirit Pressure Storms. There were many things that could influence a mage's casting. Depending on the environment, there were an infinite number of variables. One such variable was the so-called Spirit Pressure Storm. When a high-level mage art was cast, it would cause force to converge. High concentrations of force made it more difficult to control, especially when the concentration was of an opposing force type to the one you were trying to use. For example, trying to cast a large-scale water elemental magic right after someone cast a fire elemental magic was several degrees more difficult. If Maugreer's arrows weren't on Lionel's predicted trajectory, there was only one explanation. He had used force to control their flight. If Lionel took advantage of this and applied the concepts of spirit pressure storms here, he could disrupt Maugreer's control. 2. Lionel sucked in a cold breath as he felt two arrows tear through the skin on his shoulder. Taking a step forward, he cut down on the last one, continuing to close the distance. Maugreer's expression changed. At first, he had sneered seeing Lionel's reaction. Though he had been surprised that Lionel was a mage, after a moment he laughed in his heart. How could he not? Lionel started to cast 3 different spells at once. Even the weakest, Harden, should have taken a veteran mage 2 seconds to cast. To make it worse, Layering Arts was a high-level auxiliary mage art that multiplied the strength of spells by stacking them. Layering Arts alone would take a talented magus upwards of 10 seconds to cast alone. In such a situation, Lionel was bound to die. Maugreer had thought that Lionel was simply a talented fool with no battle experience, but this situation completely upended his world. The fact Lionel completely dispelled his attempted casting right after deflecting his last arrow told him all he needed to know. The truth shocked him to his core. As a demon lord and a veteran of the battlefield, he obviously knew that high fluctuations of force would disrupt techniques. But this was the first time he had ever seen anyone use it in battle. Maugreer's expression changed. He had laid his guard down when he saw Lionel's stupid attempt. He had been waiting to see a grand show, but now he had yet to draw more arrows while Lionel had already halved the distance between them. "My lord!" Maugreer's death guard surged forward to try to protect him. "If I'm blocked again, he'll have time to recover and pester me with more arrows. If I can't read the trajectory of his arrows, it'll be too difficult to dodge at such close range." Thinking to this point, Lionel had already made a decision. As much as he wanted to temper his spear skills here, this wasn't an appropriate occasion. He stepped forward again. The trembling of the earth that matched his steps made the demons around him feel as though the world was collapsing. Lionel's spirit pressure surged into the earth beneath his feet. "Impossible." Maugreer's expression turned solemn. He had been too busy snickering at Lionel earlier to realize, but this boy was actually directly manipulating the earth. Usually, mages would pull on free elements from the atmosphere. Using already existing elements was far more difficult, and took far more spirit pressure than directly creating your own, as counterintuitive as that might sound. Mages who could manipulate the elements in their natural state were favored even amongst childs. The disparity between them and normal mages was like the difference between clear waters and mud. Even further, an earth mage who could do such a thing would be a bane to all warriors who called them an enemy. The reason was simple. Not every place had water or fire or strong winds, but any place there were humans there would be earth. Earthentide. Lionel didn't even need to fully construct the mage art. He didn't need a tall tide. He just needed something that could quickly impede Maugreer's men. And that was exactly what he received. The earth rose into a small rolling hill. It was barely half a meter tall, and not usually enough to do much of anything. But this was exactly what Lionel needed. In a flash, Lionel appeared before Maugreer, his spear descending from the skies with an undying momentum. Maugreer cried out in shock, raising his bow into the air to block. It was all he had on him. What else could he possibly use? One might expect a bow to not last even a second in an exchange with a spear, but reality was much different. A loud clang was all Lionel needed to hear to know Maugreer had successfully blocked. But, so what? Lionel used his downward strike to gather up momentum, flowing into his next strike with a seemingly practiced ease. Though it still lacked the air of a true spearman, it was clear that Lionel was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Maugreer grunted. He was just an archer. How could he possibly match up to Lionel in strength? His claim to fame was his special telekinetic ability to control his force, a power bestowed to him by Lord Madrid. He didn't have the strong body of other demons. He was happy enough just to survive the first strike. Unfortunately for him, while his body was weak, his close combat was even weaker. He had hardly registered what happened when a sharp pain came from his waist. Maugreer felt the pain surging through his veins. It was the worst pain he had ever experienced in his life. He could faintly tell that when his pain reached such a threshold that his life was truly finished. He plopped to the ground before Lionel's frowning figure, unable to gather the strength to rise up. I didn't manage to cut him all the way in half. It's either my strength is still lacking or that my technique isn't perfect just yet. Lionel had only managed to cut halfway through Maugreer's waist, and he was seemingly disappointed by the results, causing the demons around him to shiver in fear. Chapter 256. Lionel took a deep breath. He managed to kill a demon lord without invoking his metal synergy runes. This could be considered improvement, but he still wasn't happy with this result. He felt that dealing with Maugreer wouldn't have been a problem for him even half a month ago. I'm learning all these spear techniques, but chaining them together well is too difficult. I need a new direction. After steadying his breathing, Lionel looked up to find the remaining demons inching away from him. It was clear that if they weren't worried that Lionel would stab them in the back, they would have long since turned and run. They were all veteran warriors. They knew that with such a large disparity in strength, and especially since Lionel was a mage, they'd be finished unless they banded together. However, what they never expected was for Lionel to do nothing to them. Even up until the point the first of them ran away, He didn't lift a single finger. In Lionel's mind, he didn't benefit entering such a battle. Without a leader, these demons wouldn't be able to organize themselves to continue the chase. At best, they'd be able to regroup with another demon lord. But by then, Sir Pierce would be in position and things would become much easier. Instead of putting his life on the line fighting so many enemies alone, it was best to take advantage of their fear and allow them to run away. Lionel wasn't an invincible god. Fighting almost 50 opponents by himself was far too difficult. Though he had feats beyond this in the France zone, it had to be remembered that those were normal humans without special abilities. Lionel wouldn't play with his life like that in this place. Lionel bent forward, picking up the bow Maugrier had dropped. Oh! Lionel was stunned. The bow had a sleek coldness to it that reminded Lionel of polished stainless steel. However, it was oddly both black and rough to the touch, almost like sandpaper. But this wasn't what shocked Lionel. What truly caused him to pause was just how heavy the bow was. It weighed at least 50 pounds, and that was already about half the heft of his black spear. Now that I think about it, a huge part of the reason Maugrier was able to shoot and reload so quickly was because he didn't pull the bowstring back very far. Lionel replayed the battle in his mind. He clearly remembered that the cloaked demon lord's firing was almost like flicking a finger. In the heat of battle, Lionel didn't think much of it. But now that he had the time, he realized that the only explanation for this must be because this bow was just that powerful. Even with such a small pull, it could have such power. Lionel had always been good with long-distance weapons. In truth, this was likely a large part of the reason why his gene assessment had set him as a star quarterback. He was very good at reading a target's intentions and pinpointing a throw in their direction. This was something he only got even better at after his ability awakened. A large part of the reason Lionel chose an Otlotl as his first ranged weapon was because the throwing motion was the same he was used to. After that, his first craft was a pair of pistols. But his strength was already beginning to leave those long-barreled pistols behind to the point he rarely used them in battle anymore. It couldn't be helped. They were at most C or B-grade treasures to begin with, and he didn't like having to constantly repair the nozzles like he did. Lionel had never really thought about supplementing his long-ranged abilities with a bow and arrow before. But now that he did, he realized it wasn't a bad idea. An arrow would always be able to travel further than he could throw something. Though it sacrificed a bit of flexibility as a result, judging by how powerful this bow would be with just the flick of a finger, it might still be a good option. Oh, keep it with me, I guess. Even if I can't take it out of this zone, since it'll be here for such a long period of time anyway, it'll still be of some use. Lionel put away his spear and tested the bowstring. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. He realized in that moment that had he not reacted quickly, he would have lost the tips of his fingers. Why was this bowstring so sharp? It's not that it's sharp, but that it takes so much strength to pull that it exerts too much strain on my fingers. But if that's the case, how did such a weak demon lord pull it? Lionel flipped over Maugrier's corpse and checked his hands. Soon he understood. First, Maugrier's hands were covered in coarse gloves made of an extraordinarily sturdy material. Not only that, but they were also thick to the point it made him look as though he had paws for hands. However, even with that, Lionel could see deep grooves on Maugrier's pointer and ring finger. It was clear that Maugrier likely replaced these gloves very often. There's also a lot of force concentration on his fingers. It's the combination of these factors that allowed him to do this. Lionel made up his mind. He was still a force crafter, after all, though he hadn't had time to design any new crafts recently. But this position he took up on the border gave him a lot more flexibility, and there were less eyes watching him. He could definitely make something better than this. After making up his mind, Lionel took off Maugrier's spatial brace. It covered about half of his forearm, and had a total of 6 small spatial spaces within, 5 of which were filled with arrows of various kinds, and the final of which had miscellaneous things. Oh! Something caught Lionel's attention within the last space. He quickly took it out. The object was a crystal that very much reminded Lionel of the ones he had seen within the Magic Art Tower. After sinking his mind into it, he found exactly what he had expected. Or not. Merlin's bestowal, Bowman King. Wait, what? Chapter 257. Lionel was stunned. This was the third time he was seeing Merlin's name in such an important setting. Though there were some legends about him in the Mage Academy library, Lionel didn't really pay much attention to it. This was because those books were too low level. The information practically bordered on fairy tale. However, things were a bit different now. The first time Lionel saw his name was after entering the Joan Zone. Apparently those matters were related to a prophecy he had made in the past. The second time he saw it was when he entered this mythological zone. Once again, it was related to a prophecy this Merlin had made in the past again. This was now the third time Lionel had seen this name in a surprising capacity. It could be said that this was the last thing he had ever expected to find. At the same time, Lionel wondered why it was Maugrier was so weak with such an inheritance on him. How could he be ranked in the 60s amongst demon lords? But after a moment of thought, he realized that this might have been the wrong way to look at things. It might very well be possible that the former Maugrier wasn't worthy of ever becoming a demon lord in his lifetime, until he stumbled into this inheritance. If Lionel looked at things like this, then it was very possible. If Lionel took it one step further, it had to be remembered that Merlin was a hero of the human world, not the demon world. To the demons, he should have been a great enemy. After all, he was responsible for the rise of King Arthur. Since that was the case, such an inheritance might not be suited to demons for use to begin with. If that was the case, then the fact Maugrier made it so far with it just went to show just how special the inheritance in this crystal was. Wow, Lionel felt like the crystal was an all-new world. Unlike the crystals of the Magic Art Tower, which only had a single mage art within them, this crystal was separated into several layers, each holding a different truth of the path of a bowman. There were spells for enhancing eyesight, for accelerating an arrow mid-flight, and there was even meditation techniques for knights and mages within it. The meditation techniques of this mythological zone all had one purpose: to crystallize force. Or rather, what the people of this zone called either spirit pressure or internal strength. Spirit pressure meditation techniques compress the soul force in one's ethereal glabella. Internal strength meditation techniques compress the force within one's force nodes. There were no limitations to meditation techniques. They could be used no matter which step of cultivation one was at. So it was no problem for Lionel to start late. However, there were obviously tiers of quality amongst meditation techniques. Some excelled in the degree to which one could compress, and other excelled in the speed compression occurred, but those that could do both to perfection were rare. The Mage Academy provided many types of meditation techniques. In fact, Lionel had dozens in his dreamscape at this very moment. It was precisely because of this that he could see that Merlin's meditation technique was far beyond anything he had ever seen before. It pulls on the power of the stars? What a fantastical meditation technique. Lionel felt that this meditation technique resonated with him on a profound level. He felt that maybe this so-called power of the stars might be greatly beneficial to him. Maybe there was a reason his lineage factor was named the Snowy Star Owl. However, Lionel didn't immediately make this connection. This wasn't because he was stupid or that his dreamscape was still lacking, though the latter might be part of the reason, but rather because he was a man of the modern era. To people of backward, medieval era places like this, stars were mysterious entities and sometimes even gods looking down on them. However, to Lionel, they were massive balls of flaming gas. What could possibly be special about them? Though Lionel had this inherent bias ingrained within him, he also knew that any techniques that appeared in this world would be real. He also had to admit that in this new world, where there were dimensions above the third and abilities he couldn't imagine, it wasn't appropriate for him to try to reconcile everything with his own limited knowledge. My main focus will still be the spear, but there's a lot of useful things in here. Since I'm talented in the bow, it won't hurt to take a look. With that thought, Lionel began to walk back, already drafting up plans for a protective covering for his fingers. He wanted it to be lightweight, and also not interfere with his spear wielding. If it could add special attributes to his arrows as well, that might be nice. Lionel drafted tens of possible plans in his dream world as he walked. Before he realized it, he had already walked out of the ash forest, finding an army led by Sir Pierce before him. Sir Pierce sat atop his horse, his snake-like eyes observing Lionel curiously. Demon Lord Maugrier is dead. Lionel finished his report under the astonished gazes of Pierce's death guards. Pierce's eyes narrowed. He looked Lionel up and down for a long while, but didn't find anything off about him. Lionel didn't even look particularly tired. The actions of the demons had been getting more and more aggressive over the past month. It could be said that the number of clashes between human and demonkind, likewise, increased exponentially. Yet, in all this time, the number of high-level figures that had fallen was 0. Unless one counted the 2 demon lords that had both fallen at Lionel's hands. The truth was that there were simply too many demons. There were many demon generals who rivaled demon lords in potential and strength, but were never promoted for fear of the 66 limit. Even if Lionel killed them, there would probably be a new 66th ranked demon lord by tomorrow. But even with this being the case, Lionel's feats were too shocking. Since when were demon lords so easy to kill? There was definitely something about this child's calculative abilities and mind that were beyond expectations. Of course, there was also the factor his enemies underestimating him due to his age, but this didn't diminish the impressiveness by much at all. Seemingly thinking of something, Sir Pierce opened his mouth to speak. "Remember, boy, don't forget the rules of Camelot." Sir Pierce didn't elaborate on his words at all, but Lionel understood what he meant. Though rare, there was no small number of humans who had fallen to the darker path. Many of those humans started by picking up things they shouldn't have from the bodies of demons. Lionel's eyes narrowed slightly, but he never got a chance to respond. Bang! 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 Lionel suddenly felt a strong case of déjà vu overwhelm him. Hadn't this exact same thing occurred on the Project Hunt Island? At that moment, the dark night skies were illuminated by a dull gray pillar of light in the distance. What Lionel didn't know at that moment was that this wasn't a force eruption, and the true purpose behind the all-out assault of the demons was about to be revealed. Chapter 258. Lionel was shocked by the sudden change, as was everyone else. However, Lionel had long since gained a habit of paying attention to everything going on in his surroundings at once. This wasn't only a method of training his internal sight, but it was also a method of protecting his life. Due to this, Pierce's expression fell perfectly into Lionel's vision. The hint of surprise quickly followed by anticipation didn't escape him. He knows what this thing is. Lionel didn't think much of it. He knew too little about this world. It made sense that a veteran knight like Pierce would know more than he did. However, this only made Lionel more curious. The reason was simple. While Pierce reacted in this way, none of his fellow knights or death guards did. In that case, the most likely explanation was that this was very high-level information. This was only made more obvious by the fact none of the books Lionel had read in the Mage Academy had the necessary information. If they did, his dreamscape would have reacted. Pierce's expression changed many times before it seemed he finally settled on a decision. Arrange the formation. We're retreating back to the large barracks. Pierce's roar called out, causing the knights who had followed him here to be stunned for a moment. The reason they had gathered here was to counterattack the demons. While they thought the humans were all converging back toward the large barracks, they'd be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of an army. Yet, instead of waiting to deal this blow, Pierce actually decided to retreat immediately. It could only be said that whatever that pillar of light was, it was extraordinarily important. Lionel's gaze flashed, but he didn't say much. It could be said that the death of a demon lord was already a great result for this expedition. Even if it was easy for Madrid to replace demon lords, they would still need time to acclimate themselves to their new strength. I wonder what's going on. Lionel knew that this matter would be a big deal, but he could have never imagined just how great of a matter it would be. It was to the point that even the core city of Camelot was stirred. Whether it was the mysterious Grand Magi, the Knights of the Round Table, or even the lofty King and Queen of Camelot, Arthur and Guinevere, not a single one could sit still. Before the sun rose on the horizon the following day, a single title had been ingrained in the minds of every human and demon across the mythological zone: the Merlin Trials. Lionel never expected he would have returned to Camelot so quickly. Of course, he had already mostly completed the mission he and Leonis had been assigned. They were only meant to be posted at the border regions for a single month, and half of that time had already passed. Merlin trials? Lionel sucked in a cold breath. The moment he heard these words, his dreamscape reacted, numerous arcs of lightning branching to cover dozens of books. Without exception, all of these books touched upon King Arthur's legend in one way or another. Despite not directly mentioning the Merlin trials directly, Lionel came to understand something very important. It was very likely that before the birth of Camelot, it was precisely these Merlin trials that allowed King Arthur to gain the legacy he needed to rise to the top of this mythological zone. If Lionel's conjectures were correct, this meant that these Merlin trials were even more important than he originally assumed. It was no wonder Pierce's reaction was so fierce. There was another matter as well, though. The movements of the demons could have been considered to be exceptionally odd before the appearance of these trials. But, if the appearance of that pillar of light was taken into account, then it would explain everything. The demons had forced the humans to retreat from the small barracks. The result of that was the humans losing the footholds they had gained around the trial location. Due to this, it was not only easier for the demons to enter, but it had suddenly become several times more difficult for humanity to do the same. But isn't Merlin a hero of the humans? Lionel shook his head. Even if he was just judging by how far Maugrier had gone with his Bowman King legacy, it was obvious that the Merlin trials should be beneficial to demons as well. If this is all true, then why is it that I was recalled back to Camelot? Shouldn't we all be trying our best to reclaim the land we lost in retreat? As Lionel was lost in thought, the person he most wanted to see now came. He really couldn't stifle his questions anymore. What were the Merlin trials really? Why were they recalled to Camelot if it was so important? Lionel opened the doors to his residence only to find Ellis on the other side. He was a bit surprised. He had been certain that it would be Leonis, but it was Ellis instead. The prince was suddenly called by the royal court, so he sent me with his apologies for missing your meeting. Oh. Lionel nodded. It's not a big deal. You can come in. I do still have some questions. Ellis smiled and accepted Lionel's invitation. She was surprised to see just how clean and meticulous Lionel's room was. It was almost as though he wasn't living in it at all. It couldn't be said that she entered the room of men often, but she knew that even a woman's room wouldn't necessarily be so orderly. Of course, what Ellis didn't know was that this was the product of his father's teachings. It could be said that the only reason this side of Lionel didn't show more was because of how odd the times were. He didn't really have a place to call home on Earth currently, unless the segmented cube was counted. Ever since Ellis watched Lionel battle and kill Gorgo, she had become more reserved around him. Though she had known he was powerful after watching his battle with Lamorak, it was difficult to fuse the state he ended up in with a powerful persona. You can sit anywhere, Lionel said casually. Did you really only come here today to answer my questions? Or did you have another purpose? Oh. Ellis snapped out of her thoughts. Yes. I wanted to say that you've gained a great number of merits. The death of a demon lord is already enough to be promoted to a 2-star magus. But you actually killed 2. This falls just a bit short of enough to become a 3-star magus. As long as you pass the standardization tests, you'll be able to raise your standing in the Mage Academy. Lionel nodded, accepting the crystal Ellis passed over to him. It likely held information about his merits and could be considered his proof. So about these Merlin trials. Lionel tried to steer the conversation away from this topic. He wasn't very interested in promotion right now. At most, he'd promote to a 3-star official mage, so that he could read the level 9 books within the library. Ellis' eyes went dim for a moment. Since you've gained so many merits, it should be fine. The Merlin trials have existed even before His Majesty King Arthur established Camelot. It has picked a great many heroes in its time, but His Majesty was the one who traveled the furthest down this road. The truth is that the Merlin trials are separated into minor openings and major openings. This is most definitely a major opening. Minor openings find individuals to test while major openings are open to all. But in return, major openings are several times more dangerous, not only because of the trials within, but also because of our fellow man. It could be said that all the major players of Camelot and Modred's demon army have all benefited from the Merlin trials in one way or another, so it's not a chance anyone wants to miss. Lionel's brows knit. Could it be that Maugrere's Bowman King inheritance was the product of a minor opening? Are there any other differences between a minor and major opening? Ellis shook her head. It's too hard to tell. Normally, someone who benefited from a minor opening wouldn't easily divulge this information. But from what we do know, it should be impossible to gain the true core inheritances of legendary Magus Merlin unless it's attained during the major opening. However, there are some clues that point toward the idea that having benefited from a minor opening makes doing the same in a major opening easier. Some scholars believe that this is legendary Magus Merlin picking out successors. He will first pick out individuals, then have them fight the masses to temper them. 50 years ago, His Majesty King Arthur was one such person. The sword in the stone was his minor opening, and 50 years ago, he swept through the world of the major opening and established our kingdom. Chapter 259. The more Lionel learned, the more confused he became. Weren't these zones meant to be based on human mythology? With this premise, one would assume that the most preeminent versions of King Arthur's tale would sit atop everything else. Until now, things followed this logic. Whether it was Guinevere's betrayal, Modred's existence, the Knights of the Round Table, or even the mention of the sword in the stone, everything was as Lionel was familiar with. However, if Lionel went a layer deeper than this world was still too different from what he was expecting. The existence of Lioness, the Magi, the existence of this world's magic system. None of these were things the tales of the past told of. Lionel couldn't tell whether or not these were random things the universe was filling in as it pleased, or if there was another, deeper reason for this change. Every time Lionel thought about such things, his mind would inevitably travel back to one idea. The future can influence the past. If that was the case, could it be that these changes weren't random as Lionel thought, but maybe the result of changes to the legend future generations made? When Lionel stepped on this path of thinking, he suddenly shuddered. His mind had just landed on something that made his heart go cold. The influence higher dimensions had on lower dimension was obscene. It might very well be possible that something a higher dimensional being did on a whim would be more impactful than thousands of years' worth of stories passed down in Lionel's world. And if that was true, if someone from a higher dimensional world wanted to change the legend of King Arthur, it would be exceptionally easy. This alone was a benign thought. But when it was combined with Lionel's subconscious thoughts of several months, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had gone off in his mind. And this time, rather than being the illusory bolts of his dreamscape, this was a true arc of lightning accompanied by rolling thunder. To this point, Lionel still had no idea what Joan's goal in the French zone was. None of her actions made sense. Back then, Lionel simply followed his heart and did his best to save as many people as he could. It was never more complicated than this for him. But if he thought about it, what would happen if Joan succeeded? Was Joan succeeding mutually exclusive with him completing the zone? Think about it for a moment. What would happen if Joan's purpose caused Lionel to fail? Well, Lionel and Anna would have then likely had to spend the rest of their lives in medieval France, growing old together. The details aren't very important. But what is important is what would happen after they died. In that case, wouldn't the zone reset, allowing a new group to enter and attempt to clear it? If that happened, what would have been the point of Joan's mission? What reason would there have been for her to hinder Lionel's success? If that was the case, then their purpose couldn't have possibly been to hinder Lionel. If Lionel foolishly thought the matter would be over as long as he cleared the zone, he would be sorely mistaken. The more Lionel thought about it, the less sense it made. Unless the matters that occurred in Joan's zone were related to this mythological zone. Lionel felt as though a thumping drum was raging through his dreamscape. His ability seemed to be screaming at him, as though trying to tell him something he couldn't quite grasp. This wasn't because there was a connection Lionel had yet to make, but rather because of the most unfortunate weakness of his dreamscape. He simply didn't have enough information. Who were those people who almost turned Joan's zone into a unique zone? How was Merlin's legend related to what they were trying to do? How was this Camelot zone related to it all? Lionel grew more and more serious the longer he thought. He didn't even realize that Ellis had shrunk into a corner like a timid little mouse, unable to even steady her breathing. Unfortunately, this matter was too important for Lionel to think about Ellis' well-being. Zones were inextricably linked to the future of Earth. Even though Lionel didn't have much ties to Earth remaining, his normal disposition wouldn't allow him to sit idly by as its fate was being toyed with. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't take part in every zone clearance. It was impossible for him to do so even if he wanted to. As a result, he had no idea if other instances like what he and Aina lived through had occurred elsewhere. It was very possible that as Earth cleared one zone after another, they were simply playing into exactly what some other entity wanted. According to Uncle Montez, Earth was among new worlds with the greatest potential even compared to the history of the universe. We have the talent necessary to become an eighth-dimensional world. It's for this reason that so many higher-dimensional worlds were invested in our progress, and are even pooling together to give us rewards for the zones we clear. But what exactly does this higher potential mean? I don't believe that it's only as simple as reaching the eighth dimension. No, that's not the right way to think about it. I should be wondering exactly what benefits come with having such high potential. Potential. Lionel's eyes flashed open. Mythological zones were the treasures of the universe. No matter where they appeared, countless powers would fight for them. Of course, that was under the requirement that they all had access to the same world. Right now, Earth was in a protected state. It was difficult to travel from higher to lower dimensions. This was a protection the universe gave not much, unlike a mother did to a child in her womb. However, that didn't mean it was impossible. Though someone from the fifth dimension couldn't descend, someone in the weaker levels of the fourth dimension could pay a heavy price to descend. For now, all of this wasn't very important. All Lionel was thinking about now was the zone he was in now. Mythological zones were already so highly sought after. But, what if on top of being a mythological zone, it was born in a world with infinite potential? If that was the case, just what kind of treasures would such a place birth? So is that how it is? Lionel knew that he had only grasped a small part of the truth. He also knew that it was impossible that this was the only goal of those people. With how many legends and folktales Earth had, who knew how many of them were able to form zones of their own? And if there were many, it was impossible for Lionel to be at and protect them all. All he could do was focus on what he could control. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow these higher dimensional beings to succeed. At the same time, Lionel caught a faint inkling of why it was necessary to appear in zones like Joan's. If it was a matter of entering a historical zone, it was only necessary to plant someone in that timeline. Though that seemed impossible to the current Lionel with his limited scope of understanding, he felt that for a higher dimensional being, this was likely not impossible. However, how would one enter a mythological zone? It wasn't a true part of history, there was no place to return to. It seemed the only way to enter was the zone gate itself. But Lionel could hazard a guess that the 12 who entered likely didn't have anything to do with these higher dimensional beings. It was possible that the Aderna family, or even the Slayer Legion, was related. If that was the case, then Lionel would simply accept that his hypothesis was incorrect. But, in the case the Aderna family wasn't responsible, then that meant that all the actions these individuals had taken were precisely to find a path into an impossible-to-enter zone. The moment Lionel had this thought, his heart stilled. He felt that he had regained his peace, and that he could finally breathe steadily once more. Even he didn't realize it, but he felt so uncomfortable at the idea of some unknown person, thing or organization controlling his life that he nearly went mad for a moment. This was the true Lionel, a man who wanted to control everything in his palms. It had always shown through on the football field, and the day he chose to display it in the real world, it was unknown what kind of monster would be born. The discomfort in Lionel's heart seemed to stack. First it was Lamorak, now it was this. At every turn, it seemed that someone wanted to play the strings of his life without his consent. Lionel's lip curled. It was an oddly cold smile, the kind he hadn't smiled in his entire life until this point. Seeing such a scene, Ellis felt her soul crumbling. Luckily, the expression soon disappeared, replaced by Lionel's usual appearance. Handsome, bright and kind. Sorry about that, Ellis. I was thinking about some matters. So why is it that we were recalled to Camelot with such an important thing happening at the border? Ellis patted her chest, wiping the sweat from her brow. Is this the man I'm supposed to seduce? How am I supposed to do that? She bit her cherry lips. To answer your question, the matter of the Merlin trials is too important. Even our grand knights can't guarantee maintaining order. The allure of such a treasured place is too much. Since we already lost the initiative, it's better that we retreat, so we can be selective about who goes. That way, we can eliminate other variables. That was how it was. Camelot wanted to control who could and couldn't enter. Lionel nodded slowly. I hope that you won't hold me back, Camelot. I would hate to become enemies with you all. But if I have to choose between clearing the side missions and betraying you all, I will choose the latter. Though it was necessary to have good relations with Camelot to complete the side quests aside from killing Modred, it wasn't necessary for the main quest. If Lionel had to choose, the choice was obvious. He just hoped Camelot wouldn't force his hand. Chapter 260. Ellis ended up leaving without making any progress on her mission once again. However, Lionel didn't have the mind to bother with her thoughts. He felt a slight urgency in his heart. The instant she left, he buried his head into his training. He hardly touched his bow. To him, his talent in the bow was so overwhelming that he didn't need to practice very much to bring it to a high level. Instead, he focused his entire being on his meditation and his spear. By the time the news came down, he had almost gone through 100 spears. But compared to the over 2,000 he had to master, he had hardly put a dent into his true goal. However, even still, he could feel his spear force being slowly refined over time. Lionel was still at the very first level of spear force. However, according to the dictionary his father left behind for him, there were separations between the kinds of spear force one comprehended. The longer he could suppress his breakthrough while building and refining his spear force, the greater benefits he would gain in the future. With a hidden sharpness in his eyes, Lionel left the segmented cube. The Mage Academy was bustling, even more so than usual. The usually quite indoor garden around the Magic Art Tower was filled with the young and old. Everyone was waiting for a single announcement. At that moment an old woman with a head of dry, graying hair sat silently atop a platform, quietly meditating as though the happenings of her surroundings had nothing to do with her. However, no one dared to snub this woman. Judging by her violet robes and the fiery red patterns that adorned them, this lady was a 2-star fire magus, and very likely one of the headmasters of the Mage Academy. Suddenly, this seemingly frail old lady opened her eyes. A resounding pressure singed with no small amount of heat suddenly pervaded the atmosphere. It felt as though all the moisture in the air was being sucked dry. Even the lush green grass beneath their feet looked as though they might wilt away at any time. Without even having to say a word, silence took hold of the surroundings. The deterrence of such a magus, so infinitesimally close to the penultimate barrier, was too great. Who would dare to snub her? Surprisingly, without even bothering to waste any time, she began to speak of the topic at hand. There was no introduction, no flowery words, just a cold and emotionless arrow toward the heart of the matter. The Merlin trial gates will open in 2 months. Only those at and above the age of 16 will be allowed to enter. Rights for entry will be decided on your merits. Those between the ages of 16 and 20 must reach the 2-star official mage standard. Those between the ages of 21 and 30 must be 3-star official mages. Those between the ages of 31 and 50 must be 1-star magi. Those older than this must be 2-star magi. Those that meet this first requirement will be allowed to enter a round of selections. There will be 50 spots for those within the first age bracket, 25 for those in the next, and in the oldest there will be just 10 spots. Those of you who will be part of the quotas given to your families will not be included in this total. The selection will begin in an hour within the core city. If you've been found to be lying about your credentials, the punishment won't be light. So, think twice before you step through the teleportation formations. Prepare yourselves. The fire magus was short and succinct. Those in the vicinity didn't even have the chance to process before her spiel was over. An hour? There was no time to prepare? Some of them hardly had any idea what these Merlin trials were, but now they were suddenly thrust into a competition for it. It had to be known that not everyone was like Lionel. He had access to the Crown Prince, and there was also Ellis, who seemed to have a special standing within the Mage Academy outside of being a lecturer. Even then, Lionel hardly knew much at all. If it wasn't for the fact he passed his 3-star official mage standardization test and was able to read the level 9 information within the library, he would likely be even more clueless. Let alone these people who had even less access than he did. Lionel remained expressionless, his 3-star official mage robes reflecting a deep blue embroidered by bronze. He stepped into the teleportation formation toward the core of Camelot, his mind mentally prepared for anything. The truth was that with his combat prowess, the 16 to 20-year-old bracket was nothing more than a joke to him. His attending should be nothing more than a formality, but for some reason, he was still on his guard. Lionel's vision blurred. A moment later, he found himself in a large arena. By all rights, such a large arena should have been bustling, filled from wall to wall with spectators. However, this wasn't the case at all. In fact, it was eerily silent. Seats that could seat upwards of 50,000 were covered in black sheets, as though to divert one's attention from the fact they were empty. The stands weren't completely with people, though. That said, it was certain that the youths and older mages that stood around Lionel wished that they had been. Reason being, the characters silently watching them from above were simply too awe-inspiring. Their presence alone made their knees weak. There were no more than 100 of them, but each and every one seemed to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. There were the 7 supreme magi, the Knights of the Round Table, the General Stars. One after another, their standing and strength seemed to only grow. Even after all of that, there were still 2 individuals who made the mages around Lionel feel as though their hearts had stopped. They both sat upon thrones, their strength so great that the air seemed to solidify around them. One was a woman of exceptional looks. She had soft, wheat-colored skin, flowing black hair and shimmering blue eyes. Her beauty was intoxicating to the point of drawing all who looked upon her into an illusion. She wore a delicate blue dress and her neck and chest was wrapped by a soft white fur scarf. She embodied nobility to the greatest degree. The second was a man. His blonde hair was bright to the point of being blinding. His jaw was chiseled, his eyes deep and unfathomable, and his smile was charismatic and enchanting to the extreme. His shoulders were broad and his presence was so tall that even his throne seemed too small for him. There was no doubt that these 2 were the great Queen Guinevere and King Arthur. Chapter 261. At that moment, another teleportation array was lit. This time, a whole host of young and old knights walked out. It was very obvious that they came from the Knight Academy. It wasn't long before they, too, were shocked by the lineup before them. It was clear that Camelot was taking this as seriously as they could. Lionel suddenly felt a pair of eyes on him. He casually turned his head to find a familiar large man. Sir Lamorak looked down toward Lionel with placid eyes. It was impossible to tell what his emotions were at that moment. He seemed like a man who wouldn't blink even if a mountain came crashing down before him. Lionel met his gaze equally as expressionlessly. Even when his strength was far beneath Lamorak's, he hadn't wavered. It could be said the only reason he had panicked back then was due to Magus Aeliard's attack on his mind. The current Lionel had long since learned how to defend his mind from such things. He no longer had to rely on the passive strength of his spirit, he could actively block such spells. It could be said that Lionel was one of the only few who didn't feel such reverence in the presence of these individuals. In truth, Lionel was born in an empire as well. Though somewhat different from a kingdom, the concept was similar enough. However, Earth's government was quite unique. While the sovereignty of the emperor was important and many positions were hereditary, there was still the shadow of democracy. This was why officials went by titles like Secretary Marquisate and Governor Duke. Each of these titles were combinations of democratically elected titles and hereditary ones. Due to this unique system, Lionel hadn't grown up in an environment where there was an emphasis on kneeling, and by extension, not kneeling. That said, kneeling and not kneeling was one matter, while bowing to pressure was another. There was a difference between a person who knelt out of fear and one who knelt simply out of custom. Lionel's body might kneel, but that didn't mean his heart kneeled. Facing Lamorac's gaze, rather than shying away, Lionel felt his blood boil uncontrollably once again. It took all of his willpower to not point a spear in the direction of that man. He restrained his aura completely and eventually looked away from Lamorac. He felt that if he continued to look, he would lose all ability to control himself any longer. At that moment, arcs of light splintered in the air, causing a mote of light to float before each participant. Soon, that light broke apart to reveal a wooden card with a number engraved onto it. Lionel's number was 321. Battles of the Mage and Knight Academies will go on simultaneously. Please split apart according to your numbers. You've been split into group of 100. Numbers 1 to 100 here. Another 2-star Magus had taken over the proceedings. This time he was a 2-star Earth Magus. The more Lamorac spoke, the more uncomfortable the knight became. It was clear that Lamorac wasn't a scheming person. Would a scheming person so easily reveal their snake tail like this? Lamorac was only doing what he thought was best for Camelot. In a lot of ways, he wasn't entirely wrong. There were too many questions about Lionel's identity, and his abilities were even more questionable. Not killing him was already a sign of goodwill in Lamorac's opinion. However, allowing him to enter the trial gates was impossible. However, what happened next left Lamorac stunned. Excuse me. I shouldn't be in this group. Up to now, the atmosphere had been quite solemn and quiet. Due to some odd spell, or maybe the black drapes placed over the empty seats, their voices didn't echo as one would expect. However, this left everyone feeling exceptionally hollow. Most of the voices had been coming from either the 100 or so elites observing from the stands, or the 2-star Earth Magus directing everything below. So, Lionel's voice stood out especially. The 2-star Earth Magus frowned. What is it? This is the group for 21 to 30-year-olds, correct? Lionel asked. Yes, that is correct. You're in the right place. Lionel frowned and shook his head. I'm only 18 years old this year. Why would I be in this group? When did I say I was older than 20? The arena was stunned silent. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.